I do expect them. Okay, I will call this meeting of General Government and Finance to order on March 15th at 6 p.m. This meeting has been given notice in accordance with sections 1983 and 84 in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter intended. Let the roll call show that Trustee Wing is absent, but is expected that he will be showing up. That brings us to approval of the minutes from February 15th.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion. Any discussion on the minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have anybody in the public or online that want to make comments? Okay, hearing none, we will move to new business. Item A, 2022 health insurance options, and I think that's all been put up here in front of us.
Oh,
Do you want to come speak up there, or do we have the mic that you can sit on the chair and speak?
We can't find.
Oh. Probably in one of the drawers someplace.
I asked Carmen to come and talk to us tonight about some of our options for the 2022 health insurance plan. We all know that we have some issues, and there are some different options that we can consider as we go through this process. And I wanted her expertise before we get too far into things. So that's why she's here tonight.
Very good, Carmen. It's all yours.
All right. Yeah, so we wanted to make sure that we're getting what you guys also are kind of wanting, making sure that we're getting the options and getting all the different kinds of thoughts from you as well. Because I know last renewal was pretty grueling, to say the least. So we want to make sure that, you know, the options out there in getting different kinds of savings within the self-funded plan is going to be something that would help get those costs down, making sure that we're.
Did the light go on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Making sure that we're trying to do everything we can to help the plan keep the costs down and helping those options out. So I kind of just gave you a little bit of information. One, last year we had mentioned the state of Wisconsin health plan. And the state, it looks like this. So it's got the map on it. Okay. There's only 2 plans that are available for you. And I think I mentioned that the last time when I was here. Yep. So there's 2 plans. Network Health is a Froedtert-owned company. So that would be Froedtert providers. They do not have Aurora in that network. The other information that I put out there is a listing of the providers that are utilized. It's just like a single sheet that's got the utilization of the providers on there. Those are your top providers, okay? Yes, Froedtert is in there, but so is Aurora on the top of that list. So that means that utilization within your employees would have to change. And I know that sometimes it is something that has to happen, but if it can be avoided, obviously employee interaction is key to keeping morale where they need to be. So I just wanted to make sure that, we'll dive into it a little bit more. I did just briefly look at the rates. And again, I was kind of just plunking around. The rates that I kind of looked at, I don't have them along, but your plan that you currently have and the rates on, and I don't know if everybody gets that one sheet. Kim gave me a sheet that said the 2020 budgeted rates. I'm assuming everybody. Okay, so it was $2,090. I didn't put it around. So it was $2,090 for a family and $900 for a single for the $1,000 deductible plan. Correct. 2,090 and 900. Okay. So like I said, I just did a little bit, and these are rates that are just kind of on the state health plan that's just plunked out there. Mind you, those are base rates out there. You do still get underwritten and looked at. For the WIA Trust, their family plan costs $2,350. And the single plan is $954. So currently, even though we had a major increase, you're still lower than the WIA Trust, which would be possibly an option regarding network for you, but you're still lower than that cost. So I'm just
Going
comparing
into-
21 to 21.
yeah.
I don't know, we're only 2 months into the plan.
Right.
There's no magic ball. I did look at the report in February, which I was like blown off my chair. There was only $55,000 worth of claims in February, which is pretty, it should be typical that way because you're on a contract called paid. So anything that's incurred, okay, can be paid within 24 months. So typically, the first couple months of your contract are going to be a lower contract in claims. But the last year, it did not do that. So right now, we're at 55,000 for February, which is great. So your claims processing last year was because you had major claims, right?
right.
Major sickness out of a few people. Your overall claims, as I mentioned, was running very well last year. So if we can get, some of the targeted things, and we've tried this before, diabetes or things like that to get wellness programs in to try to target some of that stuff. Those are the kinds of things that I think will help and then maintain. But again, I was just doing a little brief search on it. I haven't done major diving into it. But as of today, for 2021 compared to 2021, your rates are actually lower than what the state plan is.
Now, the rates that you gave us, those rates include, or are they inclusive of what the employees pay?
That's your charge of what.
That's
the
our
budget
charge.
is.
So actually, those rates are higher.
No. They would be lower. Because they include the employee contributions.
They include the employee trans. That's my question.
Yep, they
I'm-
include that employee
okay.
contribution.
Yeah, to that present is what, 12% across the board?
And our family premium right now for that plan is $2,090.
Okay.
900 for single.
Okay, then on the health savings account, we pay,
Honestly, it's $650 for single and $1,640 for family.
okay. But that basically giving the employee the money, and if it spends it, they'll,
$2,500 for the family that they can use for any of their health.
okay, so we don't have an idea yet as to where the rates are gonna be going coming
Cool.
next year. We won't have it until the wee hour, or till the last couple of months of the year, probably.
Well, September is when I can ask for an early renewal, and that's when I typically do. But we'll be monitoring it, obviously, a lot closer. Plus, Michelle and I are meeting with Oxyant and trying to get a game plan on that. And then some of the other game plans are some of this information that's in here. You had a question, so
Well, go ahead. I do, if you wouldn't mind, if I could come back to that after
Yep.
you finish up.
So some of the other things that we're kind of looking at is what's in this information also. So like Novo Health or Focus Health, those are where Novo Health is a bundling procedures. So what happens is that the employees get to elect from certain providers. And so that first sheet where it has all the nice little logos on it, those are the providers that they can pick and have their procedure done at a lesser cost. And that's shown on the sheet right behind it. It's called bundling. So what happens in Novo Health says to incentivize employees to go to those. So if an employee happens to go to one of those facilities, and let's just say it's having a hip surgery, I think that's on there. Yeah. Having a hip surgery, okay? If they go to one of those providers and have a hip surgery, they be saving almost $8,000, because what Novo says is that you give the employee literally $2,000 to go to one of those facilities. It's going to save you $8,000 because you're not going to a facility that they pick and choose, or maybe they don't go to Freighter and they go to this because it's going to be an centers, basically like a centers of excellence that does it. And now you're going to be having a lesser cost to the plan. The employees are going to win-win, and then you're going to be having the savings. So Novo Health is a bundling of services. So it bundles all the anesthesiologists and everything instead of getting all these different bills. And then you incentivize the employee, give them money to go to one of these facilities to have their services done.
Okay, Steve, you have some questions?
Just a quick follow-up question back on the state plan.
Yep.
As we're comparing those numbers, and I think I'd heard this before, but you mentioned that they would rate us.
Yeah.
So those were the base, the 2,090 per month per family on the network plan. Would they probably look at the same numbers that like our stop loss insurers are
Yeah.
looking at and say, no, that's going to be something higher than that?
Correct. What they would do is request the reports that we get to go out to reinsurance carriers and to the other carriers fully insured. They would request those kinds of reports and then rate it on your experience or anything that's ongoing.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee?
Not at this time.
Okay, so we'll probably be hearing from you, probably not until September, but
Yeah, I mean, I can come back if you got questions, or if I can, there's other things. The other things is that I kind of wanted to get what your thoughts are. I mean, I come in here and I say, hey, here's the renewal, here's what the budget is, and here's what it is. I mean, I have my ideas, but I need to know, at least I would like to know, if you guys have any kind of direction, is there anything else? I know Michelle and I would like to do wellness and to do incentivized programs for wellness.
I think we talked about that in the past to do that. And as people do perform and as they get involved in it and as they may achieve the points that they were to achieve, then you give them a benefit out of it. That I have no problem doing that. I think that's the best way to go for health. But, and again, I'm sure the majority of the board is just going to want to try to keep that bill relatively low. And what we started looking at last year was to see if the numbers were going to continue to raise. Where they were. Do we need to make the employee pay a little bit more to help pick up some of that cost? To being self-insured, as you noticed, we dropped off. I think it's close to $100,000 this year, or $200,000. We don't have in the bank anymore. So we got to make sure we have the money in this in case we do have another year where multiple people get major illness.
Right. And I agree. And I know municipalities are way different than other manufacturing and other, companies out there. But like for R&R, we do a wellness incentive program. We have to do, it's called biometrics. You have to go and get your, your triglycerides and all that kind of stuff taken care of, okay? And you have to hit, so we talked about this one program we run. It's called Go 365. We have to hit into a silver status. if we do not get into that silver status, we have to pay 50% of the premiums, okay? Right now, I have a family of 6 on the plan. I'm paying $550 for my family of 6 right now with the 25% contribution because I do the stuff I need to do. So depends on where you want to look at it. And again, I understand municipalities are different because they used to have those contracts that used to be tied into that 12% contribution.
Right.
But I think, you know, besides doing the contribution, I think a wellness thing to tie into that definitely makes sense.
Right.
And we can even slightly do something this year to say, hey, you need to do 2 things this year to get maybe 10% off of your premiums for 2022.
Or
But then in 2023, okay, you need to be doing a lot more to get X amount off. But the
but either you take it off or you add that they would have to pay more towards the,
well, you can never actually tell them they have to pay more because that is actually part of a law. That's called discrimination. But what you can do is say, you know what, the village is going to be contributing 70% of the contribution now. We're not going to be doing 88%. We're going to be doing 70%. If you want to get back down to that 88%, you need to be doing these different incentives and actually to get there. And then that's where there's a program and you can do whatever that, but there's ways of doing that that are actually reasonable cost.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Art. I think an incentive program like this would be a really good idea, and I would like to match it with an increase in the insurance, in their payment. Like they go up to 14%, but you could bring it back down to 12 by doing X, Y, and Z.
Right.
So I would start at that higher level and say, but all is not lost. Get healthy, because that's going to help us down the road for long-term employees. But I would look at that because I just know the backflush I got with the tax increase this past year. People are looking for us not to increase taxes. And it's going to be very difficult to convince them to do so. So this would have to pay for itself in our minds, or at least be presented as such to get approval, I think, from a full board this year.
Well, and that would be the reason why I wouldn't just go up a small little midget.
Yeah.
I would make it hurt in their pocket. And again, it's not that you're trying to make people not have health insurance, but like I said, R&R Insurance, we have 200 employees and I'm still paying a chunk of my health insurance premiums, but it is the way it is, right? And we have higher deductibles than actually what you guys have. So that's the other thing to maybe look at. I mean, I know in the history of Germantown, we've always tried to make sure that we've gotten great plans and things like that. But it might have to be, maybe we really try to force employees to get to that HSA plan, you know, because that's maybe the deductible that we need to be closer to. Something like that. And then increasing contributions, putting wellness in, putting Novo Health in, putting Focus Health in, those kinds of things to help do those costs. And then we will hopefully try to target, hopefully pretty soon this stuff all kind of goes away where we can have more meetings and more education on stuff throughout the year. So I'm crossing my fingers by July.
Now we can, I think a lot of that can be changed by us, but we'll find out. Go ahead, Steve.
I just wanted to ask you, maybe as a kind of a summary for the committee and for all of us. And you work with public and private sector employers. What are the 2 or 3 things that employers that you work with do that really have the biggest impact on the bottom line for their healthcare costs?
The top 2 is increasing deductible, and then the other one is contribution.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yes, I mean,
So kind of pushing people towards that HSA model?
yep, absolutely. And that is something that really should be looked at, is making that differential between the 2 options to try to force them to go that direction. You know, if I went, and I shouldn't even say this, but I went this year to HSA. And the only reason why I started going into the HSA is because my 13-year-old has now shown me in the last year, 2 years, that he is not accident prone. Okay? I'm telling you, I know, right? So he is the one that typically has had my claims, and I've had, I have 4 kids. My 2 older ones, if I would have had them, I would have been on an HSA a long time ago. But the whole concept on an HSA is to save that money, right?
Right.
For retirement, for other things that go on. Well, in my life prior, there was no way we would have ever saved money. So I always went on the copay plan because he was always constantly ear infections, just stuff. But now I've got money in that savings account that, hey, yay for us, knock on wood again, that we can do it. But that's the point. Education to employees to help them understand that if you're a husband and wife that have nothing going on in your life, go to the HSA.
Get the money.
Save your money, put it into the savings account, and you don't even have to change the contributions, meaning like if you have it directly the way it should be of differential between the plan that's really nice compared to the HSA plan, they wouldn't have to actually put any additional savings in there. They would just have to take the difference between the two and dump it into that HSA for now, just so that they have something.
Do you think the federal government's going to try to drop that? They talk about it all the time, so I'm
Trying
wondering.
to drop the
The
tax
H-
savings.
Yeah.
There's lots of things that the government talks about, and until it happens in my hand, then I just kind of go, okay, now I got to deal with it.
Yeah.
But those are the kinds of things, and like I said, I'll bring in, I think, well, and Michelle can probably do this, but in like June, we're going to do a benchmarking report too, which will help out. We have MRA, where we can look at, other municipalities, other companies within your area to see where their deductibles are. Me personally, I think your deductible is very low. Your $1,000 deductible is very low, but that's just me because of what I see in my other groups. I only have, I think, like 10 out of my groups that have a $1,000 deductible. Everybody else is 2,000 or more, even with the copays. I mean, so it's something to look at, and that will save money.
Yeah.
And we can show that in reports too. So I guess the whole point is I just wanted to be here to get communication, get talking, seeing what your thoughts are.
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I came in late here, so I don't know everything that was discussed. I apologize. And I guess I don't know.
Turn on your mic.
I guess I don't know the details of our healthcare system, and I don't know all the laws as you do. But I'm just recalling in my own occupation, I'm union. We have a good health insurance. And it was years ago, and maybe it was a law where, we have a family plan here. So you can take the family plan that covers your wife and children, and your wife could, at least this was the way it was for us, the wife could have a job where she's offered health insurance, but she doesn't take it because you have the better plan with the village. In our trade, we force your spouse to take the insurance if she's offered it at her work. You have to, or we're not covering you. So now the spouse takes out her insurance. I would take out my insurance. She's covered under her insurance. At some point, there might be some overlap, but she's forced to take it if it's offered. Is this a law? Is this what we do? Is this what other municipalities do? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. There are very few companies that actually force the spouse off. What they do is put a surcharge on. That surcharge hurts in their pocket, that if they want that nicer plan, your contributions of $250 for a family, you would put a surcharge on there of an additional $250 per month. So now if that spouse wants that plan that is really nice, they're going to have to pay an additional charge. Okay?
If they don't have a job, they wouldn't have to pay the additional
Correct.
charge.
My husband owns his own business. He does concrete work, okay? He is basically a one-man shop that does driveways. He does not have health insurance because there's no way us to
So
afford
you're
it. And I
not
have a
forced
job.
to pay the
Right.
extra.
I do not have to pay the extra because he is self-employed. Or if a spouse doesn't have health insurance, then, and it's an affidavit that they would have to sign, or they would have to take to their employer to have them sign.
Right.
But yes, absolutely, that is something that
So
should be put
that
in.
is totally what I have been under for, I would say, 5 to 6 years. And it was controversial at first, but, you know, very quickly people understood, well, you're offered this healthcare insurance, you have a job, you know, by your spouse taking their healthcare insurance, it saves a ton of money on the other side for the village.
Mhm.
But again, there's still the safety net if your wife loses, or husband loses their job, or they prefer to be a stay-at-home parent. We cover you and there's no penalty. You're covered the same as everybody else. I think it's reasonable. You know, many of these people are working for companies that are putting forth a lot of money in addition to what they're paying them, and there's money that's on the table they're not taking that would actually help the village.
Correct.
So that would be an idea that I have. But
Yep, I think so we typically go, at least I do, typically go the surcharge way, because then it's not as controversial of just saying flat off, you cannot have this insurance if you have another one. But you can put that surcharge up to $450 if you want. And that would be like the single cost, you know, of what you're actually coming in. And then they have to pay that on top of what the family plan is. So I try to make it hurt them if they really want to have the plan. But yes, the whole concept is that each employer then is sharing in the pain
Right.
of health insurance. Instead of one employer getting all of it, everybody needs to share in it. So yes, absolutely.
And it's actually factored in to people's packages. You know, this healthcare cost is factored in. So if you're an employer that doesn't, you know, I'm using the term make them do it. If you're an employer that doesn't have a policy that you have to take, your spouse has to take their insurance at their employer, you fall behind. You end up picking up costs that the other employers are actually saving. So on the village's side, you know, I see it all over in my industry. Every other union I talk to in the trades has the same policy. If it works in the private sector,
I don't have any other municipalities that do that,
yeah.
but that doesn't mean that you can't. I mean, things have changed so much that absolutely. And
Oh, yeah, there's so much that is in the private sector that isn't in the public sector. And when you mention it, many times they get angry, but it's
yes,
like, gosh, you live your life in the private sector and there's so many differences. And I know this one for sure is a huge cost saver because my union is self-insured as well, the Electrical Workers Union. And this is it was at the time a huge savings.
the other thing, and I know this is kind of way talking out of the box. My dad was in the plumbers local. Okay, they're self-funded. They took out retiree prescription drug coverage. Yep. So what happens is that anybody that is retiree, they would not be able to get the prescription drug coverage through this policy. So my father and mother had to go and get a Medicare Part D policy. They are still currently on the union for their supplement insurance because as of today, they haven't kicked them off. But at some point, I would imagine down the road, the union is going to say, you know what, at X amount of point, at maybe 65 or whatever, that you can get a supplement, you're not going to be able to get retiree coverage either. So again, that's way thinking outside the box, but that's another point to,
I don't think we cover people beyond, we do? Oh, yeah, but they have to pay the full price, right?
it's a little bit pared down.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they had to pick up the same as if it was a Cobra.
Yeah. I know for my local, we have to pick up the Cobra costs and it's not cheap.
No,
It's very expensive. But try to find coverage at that age
Right.
privately.
It depends on, right, where your retiree portion is. You know, some people nowadays work till they're 65 and then they just go on to Medicare and have it over with. Correct.
Well, I know what we did since I retired early too, but we went into the health insurance that went through the Christian-based people, where you pay only a minimum amount, but everybody helps pays, and the prices were far reasonable. Right. They were relatively
And I
good, but
don't know, the only thing that always scares me is about stuff like that, if it's medically essential benefits because of everything that's going on with the healthcare reform now. There's plans out there that are being offered that might be a great deal, but they're not medical essential benefits, and then you're not going to get what you need. And then if you want to go on the exchange, you're kind of,
well, this is not done, nothing in this change or nothing
Right.
like that.
I know what you're talking about because
It's
I'm
totally
very familiar
different.
with it. It's MediShare, Samaritan is another one.
Yeah.
There's 2 or 3 of them. They're totally legal. But you have to agree to a Christian philosophy.
Right,
You aren't covered for any rehab for drugs.
right.
They don't cover psychological problems. Imagine your teenager needs a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
It's not covered.
But again,
Motorcycle
all those
accidents
times are
aren't covered.
gone with seniors.
Right, they're for someone that has a very pure life, promises not to smoke, not to, you know, they're great for certain people. But if you have kids,
Yeah,
it's risky because you're on the hook for
Right, so-
those extra.
but again, we were talking about retired age
Yeah.
people and stuff like that, so.
and again, I was just throwing it out because that's exactly what the union does at the Plumbers Local
Okay.
175, so.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, then do you have any other questions of us?
I don't, like I said, I just want open communication to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to partner and make sure that we're getting you what you need
Okay,
and in health insurance and all that kind of stuff. So it was literally just a open dialogue is all I wanted.
very good. I'm glad. Go ahead.
On this NOVA plan, where you have the average cost for Eastern Wisconsin, when was that taken?
Oh, I just got it, so I'm assuming it's
Well,
probably 2019, I would say, not maybe 20. I don't know exactly. They sent me over the information.
could you find out that information and give it to Michelle, please?
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to the financial process improvement, and I believe that's,
That is me, and then Steve's going to jump in when he wants to jump in, if that's okay. But before I get started, you know, I was talking to staff today, and one thing we talked about was how many of the processes have changed or have been updated in the past few months. And I commend them for taking on change and understanding what it's about. So they've done a very good job understanding why that is. So the first paragraph talks about that we are working to address deficiencies that have a recent, that are due to the long-term staff retiring. And some of this was somewhat expected and some of it was not. So it's just an open, transparent view of what staff is going through every day. One of the items is payroll. Very quickly, we understood how important payroll was, making sure employees were paid accurately and timely, extremely important on the list of priorities. So Paula Winter, the new deputy treasurer, she met with staff of various departments and she worked to identify and correct the errors. So that was very important to make sure that staff was being paid correctly. And most of the errors appeared to be related to the implementation of Time Clock Plus. So Time Clock Plus is a program that employees have on their phone or on their computer, and they log in and log off and to record those hours. And so there was an inaccurate amount of data being uploaded from that system to the payroll system. So that was a huge factor right there. And yeah. Sure. Last year to 2020. So, okay. So the next was we went back to paper timesheets in some circumstances because the other component was there was a number of employees that were listed in MSI that were no longer current employees. So Michelle worked during that time to correct that, to whittle that down to the correct number of employees so that we weren't printing zero paychecks out. So that was another feature that had to be corrected. Liability checks, they were being printed from an Excel spreadsheet and then entered manually into MSI. So I'm not sure on that, but we worked to correct that so that now it's all through the accounting software. So that has been done. Liability payments, we are working to make sure they're paid timely and on the due date. There was one that had a late penalty back in October, so that has been corrected. So we talked about the employee database. There were over 1,000 active employees. That has been whittled down to 500. Is that
Which is still
correct?
too high, but 500 is a lot closer to 1,000.
And keep in mind, when you have this extra data out in a software program, it just slows everything down. So you're going to lock
So
up.
we were ready to note additional checks at zero for all these other employees.
Not all of them, not all of them, no, no. Additionally, MSI, the accounting software, was pulling the incorrect data for the health accounts, health savings accounts for the employees. So that was worked on and corrected W-2s were issued. Again, Paula Winter spent a lot of hours on that. I believe Michelle did as well. So very big deal. Leave tracking of vacation time as well as comp time. There were some inaccuracies recorded there, and that has been corrected as well. Again, Paula met with each one of the departments, trying to get the accurate information. Utilities. The fourth quarter utility bills were sent out end of December without final review or approval. The deputy clerk, deputy treasurers fielded many questions and complaints about the bills. So at that time, we did not know until January 4th when we came in, people were making payments. And then there were some of them that had not uploaded correctly. So there was quite an undertaking in this area as well. So Crystal Bartz, she began working with the village as the utility clerk in January, has been doing a very good job. I believe the next set of utility bills will be going out at the end of March, beginning of April. So that is coming up very quickly. So she's working very hard on that. And there were utility bills that were estimated instead of actual meter readings. There will be some of those bills again with this next billing. If I understood Crystal right, about 700 will be estimated versus the actual.
Right.
So that raises questions as well for customers. The other item that came up was the bills, let's see, in the second and third quarter, they have the summer sewer credit, and the first and fourth quarters do not. So that raised another question with customers unsure as to what that billing was about. But with this next quarter billing, we want to have additional information in with the bills to help customers understand that that summer sewer credit is not on these bills. So
Right.
that's another component. Accounts payable. So in the beginning of 2021, there were over 14,000 active vendors in the software program, and they were able to receive payments. So that was quite an undertaking as well. All of the deputy clerks and deputy treasurers are reviewing each one. Do we have a current W-9? That's what part of that process is, to make sure you have current vendor information at the beginning of the year so that you are able to have accurate 1099s at the end of the year. So all of these had to be reviewed. Those that are inactive are being marked as inactive so that we are not accidentally keying in something to them. It's quite an undertaking. On top of that, We Energies went through and changed all of their account numbers. So, yeah, so Jennifer Rozak, she has been working with departments to map out the correct account numbers with We Energies, understanding that this would also affect the reports later in the year. So this is important that we have this correct and where was that budgeted. So that's a big deal. And we have increased the frequency of accounts payable, and I'm sure you noticed that is every week versus twice a month. So that's allowed us to capture more of the invoice discounts. So it was also discovered that some vendors were being paid via statement versus via invoice, and that process has been updated and corrected to make sure we're paying from invoice rather than statement. In finance, several adjusting entries that are normally made month to month. It came to be that I discovered that there were November entries were not made, so I've been going back through all of those to make sure those entries are being made. Deposits, and that is not on the list, but previously deposits were being done about once a week, and we are now making those deposits at least 3 times a week. So that was another item that had come up, that we want to make sure we're getting our deposits done more frequently than weekly. So moving forward with all the processes, we're looking to implement continued quality improvements. And this is something I've had in my past background that kind of dates me a little bit to, the days when I was in more data processing and how we corrected information. But we're working to eliminate these types of exceptions. It's a big undertaking, and there will be several process improvements throughout the year. So did you have anything to add, Steve? I'm sorry, I just kind of...
If I could just real briefly add that, and for the committee and for anybody who's listening, I think this is kind of a typical cleanup process when you have the level of changeover in staff that we've had. There's nothing that I see that rises to the level of like a material weakness or a significant deficiency in the village's processes. But having said that, we have been transparent with this. We are being transparent with all of the changes and things that we're finding with our auditors. And, it is possible that some of the things that we mentioned are brought up in an audit. So we wanted to make sure the committee was aware of that in advance. And secondly, I think the reason it was important to brief the committee on this is we are a bit behind as far as point in the year and the year-end close. And it is because of the issues that we've been trying to address here. And it's been a challenge for Deanna and her team. I think they've been doing a really, really good job of identifying issues and working through them. I guess I would also just characterize the nature of the things in general. Our systems produce a bill or a paycheck, and the staff that was here was so experienced and had been here so long, they would know, oh yeah, this water bill for this household, I have to make this adjustment before I send it out. And there might have been a few dozen of those, but when that person left, that history was gone, and the water bills, for example, would go out without some of those adjustments. We'd have to go back and research when the person came in and hey, I think this is wrong. There should, be this in here. So there were a lot of things like that are still in the process of being worked out. But I think we've made a great amount of progress in the past, 3 months, and we're getting much closer on the year-end close. I think we'll have some preliminary final numbers at the next village board meeting that we can go through. I guess preliminary final, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but some preliminary year-end numbers that we can go through at the next meeting. But again, we just felt these were issues that should bring forward to the committee so that if something does come out in the audit or you're concerned or wondering about, the timing of things that you've heard firsthand what's causing those delays.
Okay, any questions on what we've done or didn't do?
We have the audit each year.
Next week, it's coming up, or the week after. No,
So
next
they're
week.
doing their site visit next, actually, I think it is next week.
Yeah,
And
March
the
22nd.
audit will be complete, it's about June or July.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing that has to go in now is the PSC water. And I think it has to be in at the end of February or the end of March, one or the other.
That is, and they have been working through that. They're combining that site visit with the general fund site visit next week when they're here. We've been having almost weekly updates with the auditors, just checking to make sure that they have all of the information that they need. I think that's been going very well. A lot of the data that gets pulled together comes from Public Works, a lot of property data, a lot of things along those lines. So it's been it's a very cumbersome process, very time consuming, but it is moving along. And I think we'll be maybe a month or so late with the audit and the end of the year financial report, but we are getting there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And soon we'll see the carryover resolution come forward and some of those resolutions that you're used to seeing.
If I could just add one thing before we move on to the item, it kind of fits under this. We do have in the audience for GGF, our new budget manager, Matthew Uselding, who is currently a budget intern with Ozaki County and is going to be starting with the village on Monday. So we're filling that last position, and I think we're fortunate to be getting Matthew on board, and he'll do a good job for us.
And maybe give an introductory to himself.
If the committee would like,
Yeah, why not?
would you mind coming up? That's one of the rules that turns on Matthew. If you're here, you have to talk. So, but just you can step up to the podium and speak into the microphone.
Is the mic, is it on?
No.
No.
Hi, yeah, so as the village administrator said, I'm Matthew, and I'll be your new budget manager starting next Monday. I've been at Ozaki County about 3 years doing some budget and policy analysis at a variety of different levels and departments. I'm looking forward to starting here at the village. I was lucky enough to have the village administrator as one of my professors in grad school, so I'm familiar with Steve and his work, and I'm currently in my last semester of grad school, and I hope to be finishing up this May and getting going here working at Germantown. So thank you.
Good, well, welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Okay, that brings us to unfinished business. The sewer and water impact fees. Do we have any new updates?
Yes, we do have an agreement with Baker Tilly to do the analysis and work on that. To this point, the focus of Baker Tilly's efforts have been on the water rate increases, and they have not initiated work on the impact fees. And talking with them in one of our last updates, their recommendation was that we get to the point where the PSC has accepted the application for the rate increase and then begin the work on the impact fees.
Okay, this is in relation to the Capri development. Have we got any different?
I'm sorry, I was thinking of the other issue that I brought up. I did talk with the village attorney. He was drafting a letter to send to the village of Menominee Falls in an effort to collect on those fees. I don't believe that's gone out yet, though.
Okay, very good. Keep us posted, and hopefully we don't have to go to court or don't have to go through arbitration or something. Okay, that brings us to reports. Your monthly to date, a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, so I do have in the packet the end of the year for December. I do expect there to be a few more entries to be made, but right now you see, I think it's on page 28. You can see where we're at with the general fund. I believe it's on that page. I'm trying to
Yeah.
find it. So that, a lot of yet to come, but the information is there. There we go.
Any questions on the year to end of date? Actually, it's
It turned out too badly.
no.
Not yet.
Yeah, I know.
Not yet.
Yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's on page 36.
Oh, 36, okay.
Bottom line is, yeah, according to this, it's still looking good. Okay, that's, and they also have the one from February, the last couple of months, which surprised me. It looks like on the February one, I was surprised our revenues were that low after getting taxes in January compared to expenses.
Yeah, I may have to do some entries yet.
Okay. But moving on, we have the revenue and expense reports, which we now have the 4 months, and there were a couple of questions I cleared up with the clerk earlier that I had in relation to, they had a, there was an invoice canceling on the top of some of the pages, and basically just the amount of entries.
Yeah, so for some of the invoices that are paid, like on a We Energies or an Amazon, there's so many individual invoices that it prints on more than one page. So that is why I think it said leader page is what the verbiage was from MSI.
Right, the other thing is I noticed that we still have reports in here on TIF 4, and since that's been canceled out or done, I
Yep.
don't know if we need it anymore considering it's a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
So moving on to impact fees.
Did you want me to pass out the health?
Oh,
report?
the
That
health
wasn't-
report.
yeah,
Have we got-
That wasn't in the packet, so Dennis and Dan have a copy, just so you're aware of where
Right.
that is. I have another one to go ahead and,
Oh, for whom?
Steve, if he wants one.
Memorized already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the dental's in our reports, the health one wasn't.
Yep.
But as you can see, as we were informed earlier, the amount of money that's actually spent within a couple of months hasn't been much compared to past. But we are still down, actually, we're up compared to the end of the year. Mm-hmm. 40,000. Okay, any other questions on the health? Any questions on the dental? Okay, moving on to impact fees.
So the impact fees, it looks like they're on page 100.
Yes,
Yep. So what I have from the impact fees was pulled from MSI. So if you want me to go back to the spreadsheet, I can do that, but this is direct reports from
Right.
the accounting software program.
that's what we agreed to last time.
Yeah. So, and at the top, you see, it says the
revenues,
fund,
right.
police impact,
Fire.
fire, so they're all listed there. If that's acceptable, I think that would be more accurate than someone rekeying in a spreadsheet, so.
Right, it's just a little bit easier to read the other one because it's all in one, but So that, after that, any questions on impacts? Capital projects?
That's on page 281. So not a lot of activity there, but
That's it.
yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I skipped the debt payment. And what we got left over, where are we sitting on borrowing? That should be coming up pretty quick, right?
Steve is working on that.
We're planning to bring the borrowing authorization to the village board at the first meeting in May, with the bond sale, the first meeting in June.
So we'll be getting something in GGF in April then.
Correct.
Okay. And the new item that was added is the debts payment, which is on page 279,
Correct.
which is basically how we're paying off our loans.
Correct. And I thought that the committee may want to have knowledge of the payments that were made, so you can see what has been paid out.
Really
So,
makes things clear.
Right, tells you what the principal of the debt, where we're at. I do too.
okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And the next one is the code violations.
And that's mine. Let me add, I think there was one item, I have to open it back up here. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, code violations, I don't think we have anything new to report.
Well, you got one closing,
Yeah,
and the Kentucky Fried Chicken.
yeah, they did submit a permit.
Okay, that brings us to
In regard to these is, when I
the price set.
we're just wondering how long to keep these things in this process before they move on to the next step, because I don't see any, I don't know what the timeframes are, I guess is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, that,
You know, and that'd be something maybe we could have at a future meeting, you know, the community development director come and the village attorney talk about the process, but once those are issued, then it enters the realm of the municipal court. And my kind of layman's perspective on that is that it's a fairly unpredictable and slow process. There are frequently delays with the individual may ask for some more time, or the judge who is looking at the violation, at the citation, may propose some sort of a solution, and then ask the village and the party to go back and take a look at that and see if they can come to a mutual agreement. So once it gets into the municipal court system, it can be unpredictable as far as how long it takes and what that resolution looks like.
My question is it needs to get there before they start doing anything. That's where I'm wondering in regard to that timeframe that we take that next step.
Well, and that's where I think I could have
Right.
the village attorney
Right.
and they could come and make a little bit of a presentation, maybe give. some
Otherwise, it's
examples
just
of-
sitting there and, the things that you're talking about with the judge and the municipal judge, nothing happens until you get to that.
And some of these are not necessarily in municipal court. There are some where there was work that was done without a permit.
Right, there's a couple of them.
We informed, then they come in, they take out the application for the permit, and it goes through the process that way.
They're so individual and each one is unique that I don't think you can say we need timelines on them. If there's certain ones that your constituents are asking you about, call Steve or call inspection department and apply pressure as needed. And they'll get the idea that this one might be more important than another one. But, I've already seen code violations on for years. And then other times they might just be on for a few weeks. They're dynamic. There's so much going on, which each one of them that I think we're all really focused on the Freistadt Road one.
Right.
I think that we've made that clear to the administration and that, that's our focus right now. That violation is very clear.
Well, I saw him just this evening. I don't know if, Dean, did you have a meeting with him?
I did.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking. So he was here this evening. I did see him.
Okay, that brings us to, any other questions? It brings us to letter of credit.
No, no.
Letter of credit, we have the Renwood letter of credit is up in March, however, it is an auto renewal. And there are some issues that we're working through to develop their sidewalk, et cetera. So that's the next one that's up on the list for expiration date, but it is an auto renewal and I anticipate that we will be renewing it and
Okay,
continuing to work there.
I got the planning and zoning one first, and the only thing on it is a wireless tower that was put on by the fire station. It seems to run out on May 4th. And I don't think they ever built a tower or ever decided to do it.
We're looking at the,
Planning and zoning.
okay, let me open, that one's second in mine. And I'll have to follow up with planning on the,
Right, because that's the tower they were gonna build. They put a $20,000 deposit here, but they haven't done anything. And it seems to run out on May 4th of this year.
Ethoplex.
Okay, the other one we've already covered, Public Works, the summary of contracts.
Here, I would just note there's a handful that expired in December with the police department, some service contracts. One is a ongoing license agreement, which I believe renews automatically. The other three are with the county, so I think it's just a matter of getting that information up to date in the report. Otherwise, not much on the agenda coming up in the next month or two for expiring contracts.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Okay, setting next month's agenda. Date and time. We have the 19th, which is the normal village board meeting. We have the 20th or the 27th.
Do what we normally do, and just do it right before.
Right. On the 19th, set PM.
So are Art and I included on that meeting?
And we have to find that out yet.
Just,
I don't think so, but I don't think you want to come.
You have a
just one note,
question?
I am planning to be on vacation that week,
Okay.
out of town. If I believe other staff can cover, if I am needed, I could get online with WebEx and participate that
Right.
way.
Yeah, I'm sure as long as we have a means to get a hold of you, I'm sure Michelle and them can handle it.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Do you know if we're unsure of how the standing committee is going to be, do you want to wait until those appointments?
Well, that's the funny part, that the appointments occur that night.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking if we want to have the meeting after the
Well, the appointments
appointments.
before or after the meeting?
The appointments are at the village board.
The appointments that occur that night.
So I would think that they should just be seated that night for the votes.
Yeah, we usually don't change them. The only, like I said, my only question is that technically the changing of the board occurs on the third Tuesday, which would still mean that technically we would still be here, but I'm not sure. That's one of the questions I have for legal tonight, to look up and check with the legal municipality.
We can always change it.
Yeah,
And then we can end this meeting and
Okay, well, we'll set it for the 19th at 6 PM.
put it on.
And the board to be, committee to be determined by what's appointed on that night before it occurs. Either that or the board will just have a meeting that starts at 6 and call it the general government finance. Okay, hearing that, we will call this meeting at, let's say, 7:05.
Thank you, Art, very much.
Michelle?
Good job.
Sounds good.
This is your last.
I'll be here in,
We got an April meeting, right?
I got an April meeting for Public Works and Village Board. tentatively, like I said, I think Sharon,
Pat, you ready? I'm not. Give me 1 second here. All right, now I am. Ides of March. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the Village Board on Monday, March 15th at 7 p.m. in the Germantown Village Hall Boardroom, and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all village board members present except for Trustee Wing, who will be joining us shortly. At this time, I'll ask us all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item is President's Report. Nothing really to report tonight, so we can go on to the next item, which is announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee and department reports. So we'll start with committee reports and committee chairs with Trustee Zabel.
General Government and Finance met earlier tonight, and we scheduled to meet on the 19th at 6 p.m. And along with that, we have I guess we need to get an opinion from the attorney as to when is the final date of Dan Wayne's and my time in office. Are we still there till the third Tuesday, or are we there till the third Monday? Because we're both on the committee.
Yeah, by statute, that is the third Tuesday is when the new people take over. So you guys will hold office until effectively midnight on the 18th, I guess that would be, and then the new people technically start on the 19th.
So would the village board meeting then be on the 19th? There used to be a,
Nope. So we changed the code a while back we just basically what happens is on the 18th, you will make your appointments.
but they're not sitting at the dais. Okay.
They don't take office until the 20th.
So your official last meeting, Art, just for everybody that's writing it on their calendar,
It's the
is
19th.
on the 19th.
Drum roll.
Yes. Yes, it is good to know for planning purposes.
Especially for GDM.
Meaning, in which manner?
People from some other trustees sit in.
We don't need.
Why wouldn't he come? He's always here. I mean, I can't remember the last meeting that Art missed. Okay,
Yeah.
that's possible, but Mr. Wing can
But
alert us
the-
to that fact.
The other thing that comes to question though, is since the other ones do not take office until the 20th, technically they should be at the meeting on the 19th for the village board. Because they may not be able to vote on who's going on committees or whatever, but what information that is done, given out that night, they will be voting on thereafter.
That's correct. Okay. Well, now that we have that clear. Trustee Miller.
Public Safety will meet on Monday, April 5th at 6 PM.
All right, thank you. Trustee Kaminsky.
Public Works will meet in this room at 6 PM on Tuesday, April 13th.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have anything else in regards to announcement of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports they'd like to bring forward? Absolutely. Village Clerk.
Thank you. So there will be a spring election on April 6th, and the normal polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. In-person voting will begin on March 23rd and end on April 2nd from 8:30 to 4:30. But on that Friday, April 2nd, the voting will be from 1 to 5 p.m. here at the Village Hall. That is a holiday that the hall is normally closed. So we'll be open only for the voting from 1 to 5 on that day.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for announcements? If not, we can go to the next item, which is citizen input and public appearance on items not subject to a public hearing. There are no public hearings on tonight's agenda. If there is anyone that wishes to come forward, either in our audience or joining us via WebEx, you're welcome to do so. All I would ask is you state your name and your address for the record. But before you come forward, I do have one email that I'd like to read into the record. It was received on Sunday, March 14th, and it says, "Dear Plan Commission and Village Board members, my name is Candace Krieger, and I live in the Nyland subdivision across from the Stout Farm. I recently became aware of the proposed expansion of the TID and possible change of zoning of property bordering our subdivision. I am writing to express my displeasure with this proposal, as well as to ask some questions concerning the future of this specific area of rural Germantown. A bit of background, I'm a G-Town lifer. I grew up in Germantown, went to Germantown School District and moved back into the area in 2015 after having lived in several greater Milwaukee communities. As soon as my husband, who is also a G-Town alum, and I decided to have a child, we knew we wanted to live near or in the town we both grew up in. We loved the rural feel and the comfort Germantown offered us. We were ecstatic to have found a great home in an island subdivision across from a local farm and close to Homestead Hollow Park. Our daughter loves walking across the street to see the cows. We enjoy seeing the stars from our patio at night, and we all love the rural landscape. In 2017, when we bought the house, we had to fight to amend the zoning changes behind our property for the J.W. Speaker TID district, the exact district you are trying to expand. We exercised our voice and fought for berms other landscaping, night skylights, and a zone of wildflowers between our house and the road in order to preserve the rural Germantown feel that we moved here for. It wasn't the ideal situation, but we felt comfortable with the changes. But honestly, having to fight with the village that we live in to preserve the peacefulness of the property we want to make our forever home has been exhausting. When the opportunity to be included in the decision-making of the 2050 plan, I jumped at the chance again to have my voice heard, as I want to be active in the community. I applauded the village for incorporating community members' voices in the changes and decisions making the 2050 plan. Ultimately, what the village is proposing in this expanded TID and zoning change goes against the shared vision Germantown is striving for. Nearly surrounding an established subdivision with future industrial buildings is wrong and does not support most citizens' hopes for Germantown. I strongly oppose this change in zoning and expansion of the existing TID. I strongly oppose the idea of my daughter waking up in the morning only to hear more semi-trucks buzzing by her window. I strongly oppose the loss of physical safety I have for my family playing outside when traffic and workers are going about their business right next to my house. I strongly oppose my tax dollar going toward a few corporations destroying the last bit of rural expansion tradition that Germantown has left. And I strongly oppose the lack of foresight for the historically rural portion of the community. I do not understand the value of the property. I do understand the value of the property lining the 4145 corridor, and it makes a lot of sense to have industry, retail, and other business next to this portion of the highway for easy access. However, it does not make sense to have residential areas forced to share space with industrial complexes. The flow of the zoning needs to be more fluent and coherent for the existing community already established here. I am looking toward our trustees to make a decision that will benefit the whole community, in particular the citizens that build a life in our town and not just the corporations that rent space here. Please think about the impact to our subdivision that these changes will incur, and please consider a more residential-friendly option for the number 9 parcel of the proposed TID expansion. This section of the proposed TID should not be zoned for industrial use. A few questions I'd like to have answered and addressed are listed below. What is the vision for the immediate areas surrounding an island subdivision? How can my neighbors and I be more active and direct impact on what shares our space? Why was our subdivision not informed about the proposal by mail or notice or sign on the property so we can be engaged in a decision-making process? Is Germantown looking to include anything other than industrial buildings in the number 9 parcel for any of the other zones of the expanded TID in this area? And what benefits will I see from this development to my property or lifestyle? How is the village looking to change the lives of its residents through retail, recreation, restaurants, historic preservation, etc.? Is this specific area of Germantown? When will the vote for this change in zoning occur? Thank you for your time. I am looking forward to your response. Sincerely, Candace Krieger, and she lists her email and her telephone number as well. So that's all I have for notes or letters or emails that came in regards to citizen input or public appearance. So if there's anyone in the audience or online that wishes to come forward for citizen input or public appearance, please do so at this time. Is there anyone wishing to come forward? No? And no one in our audience? So then we can go on to the next item on our agenda, which is consent agenda. Trustee Myers? No. Nope, that's been stricken from the agenda. And I've been informed by the clerk that that is not tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items A through E as presented.
Motion made and seconded to approve consent agenda, items A through E. Trustee Hudson?
I'd like to pull item A out, please.
Okay.
Which one did he pull?
A, the minutes. Any other discussion on the motion to approve? Trustee Zabel?
There's 2 A's here.
And I'd like to pull both A's out, actually.
Okay. Would you like to buy a vowel?
And I'd like to pull B under the public safety also.
Okay. So both items A and item B under public safety. Any other discussion? We have A under consent agenda, regular consent agenda, and then we have an item A under public safety, what was brought forward through public safety. So that would be the second A.
My motion was to include both As and both Bs.
Both Bs.
Yeah, that's how to vote.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I understand what you're saying now.
Interesting.
Not to pull both, but to include both.
Right.
Thank you. Any other discussion? There's no other discussion. We'll do roll call vote for all items except for item A at the top and item A and B under public safety.
Trustee Baum,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Hudson,
Aye.
trustee Kaminsky, trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Keeper,
Aye.
trustee Lee,
Aye.
trustee Zabel,
Aye.
President Walter.
Aye. Okay, we'll go to consent agenda item A. Trustee Hudson.
I wasn't here on that meeting.
So I'll correct the minutes to reflect that you were.
Okay. Then would your motion be to approve minus listing you as being here?
Yes.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next item is under public safety, starting with item A. Trustee Hudson.
Yeah, I have some concerns about the job description, and how it's written. At the wage that it's at, I think it's reasonable that we include some years of experience in the job description, but we don't, maybe 3 to 5 years. And then the other question I have to ask about that is, for that kind of money, do we want to require any type of Microsoft certification, specifically for networking? Those are the only questions I have.
Okay. Anybody have answers for those questions? We have representation from the police department. Yep, Captain Grenier.
One more question, I apologize. Do we also want to include a phrase, because it reads to me like there could be some potential for some after-hour work to get called back? Do we want to include that in the job description also? So the person can't say, I didn't know I had to come in at 2 a.m. when the network goes down.
We were going to address that in the application prior, not in the application, but in the interview process, that there's going to be flex time in it. If they would come in, they'd be required to come in at 2 a.m. or whatever. We would flex their time so that they wouldn't necessarily have to be paid overtime. As far as the Microsoft certification, we could add that in. I think that's probably a good thing, because we do a lot of Microsoft-based server stuff and all that. So yes, those probably could be added in.
You want the years of experience, so the way it's written, you could hire a new grad just out of MATC, for example.
Yeah, I'm unsure on that one, because based upon our research and talking to other departments, like we did have conversations with MEC1 and Menominee Falls, and I think Muskego also. That's kind of the starting salary for entry-level IT positions. I'm just afraid that if we put in, 3 to 5 years of experience, we might lose some applicants, some newer applicants. Obviously, experience would take precedent over someone with no experience, but I guess I like to see what we got first as far as applicants. Good.
Have you guys ever considered hiring an IT company instead of hiring just one individual, because that in a company would come with a team with multi certifications and experience?
We do that right now. So we have a software, an IT person that we use, actually the whole village uses, and he's just a contract to us. So I mean, when we have to get a hold of him at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, we can't. Not that that happens that often, but a lot of times if you have to reboot a server or something, the only people there at night are dispatch and a supervisor who have no idea how to do that. I barely do. So, that's why
I was thinking more of like a company that has 24/7 support. So in case a server does need to be rebooted, they could respond immediately and it would cost probably a fraction of what you would be paying a salary for.
That's true, but we would also really wanted to go with someone just home base for us that we would share with the fire department, because we both use a Phoenix RMS and CAD software and everything, which is, it's hard to find people with experience on that. So we would actually have to probably do some sort of trainings, send them out to New Jersey or whatever where the home base is for that, and get them trained on that. And that's the vast majority of our software is the Phoenix system, along with anything that we do through the state of Wisconsin through the YGIS servers and everything. So
I'm just thinking if you hire a company for a managed service agreement, that would come backed by a whole team of engineers and technicians that would be able to serve your network and infrastructure far better than one person could possibly.
we would just have to find a service that knew that software, that Phoenix software and everything. And I honestly, I've never researched that, so I can't even answer that.
I could probably get you in touch with some people if you guys were interested. I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just becoming harder and harder for us to, I mean, there's no one by us that has any sort of IT experience at all. I try and muddle through as much as I can, and but it's sometimes dangerous. I mean, we do contact Steve Stores when we can, who's the IT person for the village. But he has other customers. Sometimes it's not real easy to get a hold of him, and he's not real responsive at all times. That's why we thought having someone on premises would be a better solution for us.
Trustee Miller?
Yeah, just a couple comments about that. I mean, if we're going to go the managed service route at some point, that should be village-wide, not just the police department and fire department. I think there is going to be some benefit of having one person in IT on staff. That's really how my company is set up. I have approximately 85 people in my company. I have one person on staff that does the desktops and all the local stuff, and then I have managed services for the rest of it. So I can see a benefit in doing this. And maybe if we do get a managed service company in here, then this role expands to a village-wide IT support. But right now, I know that the police department is a little bit low on IT resources, and that's why I said okay to this or approved it at public safety, or made a positive recommendation for it.
Village Administrator.
And I was just going to add, and I do like the idea of a managed service company. I think it's something as the village relies more on technology, we might want to look at on a village-wide basis. I think for this particular function, if it just based on the conversations we've had with the police command staff and the fire staff, I think I would estimate 80%, maybe more, is work on ProPhoenix, which is a software that's unique to public safety, to local government public safety agencies, and is kind of a niche type thing. And I am convinced that between police and fire, they have there's enough maintenance work on that system that to basically keep someone busy on a full-time basis. So I think it might be difficult to find a managed service company that would have that level of resource for that specialized software that would be available. So I think in this case, a full-time staffer might make the most sense.
This person will have no police training, correct?
Correct.
So
It will
it'll be
not be a certified position. And they'll have, they won't have.
Was
any
this part of this year's budget as well?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Zabel?
Will the IT person for the village of Germantown also take and monitor and work on your computers and the hardware that you have? And will this person just be responsible for the software?
The new IT position, no, they would
Yeah.
be responsible for all software, all servers. They'd be responsible for all hardware, installing computers in the cars, troubleshooting any desktop computer. They would be responsible for all contracts that have to go with any sort IT service, they would be responsible for all that.
So then the amount of time that is now being done by the person who does the village's IT computer stuff should be pretty much eliminated from you and from the fire department?
Right, yeah, Steve Stores, and I actually had that conversation with him, and he's aware that if we did hire this position, that there would be a, quote unquote ramp up time that he would have to train this new IT person. But after that, then his services, I wouldn't say they'd become extinct. I mean, whatever, if we needed them for an emergency or something like that, we may, but if someone's on vacation or whatever, the IT person would be on vacation.
And it sounds like the main thing is to work with the software that the police and fire department uses, but yet I don't see anything here that, do they have a certification or a requirement or anything that would require somebody to know it, or are they going to learn it on site?
That is something that they're probably going to we're going to have to send them away for training on that. So that I'm aware of, I don't know of any IT person, I'll see you do, John, that has any sort of Pro Phoenix background. There may be some out on the East Coast because Pro Phoenix is based out of New Jersey, but none around here that I'm aware of. I mean, the people that have the experience on it are already working at police stations, so.
Yeah, I noticed it's part of the understanding of the public safety IT system for police and fire, but you don't mention the Pro Phoenix. Are there more than one type of software that could possibly be used in the police and fire?
There is. That is probably our main software that both our departments use, is that Pro Phoenix. We didn't say it specifically in there. I mean, we can add it.
It is in there.
Can I speak?
Trustee Pieper.
Okay.
Oh,
Just to bring up another point, if you do hire somebody as an IT person for this position, you have to take in the extra cost of insurance and benefits, paid time off, et cetera, et cetera. Again, the responsibility is going to rely completely on that one person. What if they call in sick and the server goes down? Who's going to reboot it? And then again, the cost of flying somebody out to learn that software, you could put that on a managed service provider as a requirement to sign a contract with them, that whoever you do sign potentially for an agreement, that software, they would have to have proper certifications, or I don't know what they would.
Knowledge, just to start with knowledge.
Well,
and
I think there
background.
would be like a certificate or something of training or whatever of the system. You could put that on the managed service agreement, that as a requirement. So you wouldn't have to fly them out there. You wouldn't have to pay that cost. The company would pay it. Along with all the benefits, you wouldn't have to pay.
Right.
Just something to keep in mind.
Right. Well, right now, I mean, that training that would come out of our training budget, and we have anticipated that already.
It could be a cost savings.
Could be a cost savings, yeah. But right now too, because we lost because Lynn Schmidt retired at the end of last year, so I mean, we're going to use that salary. So it's not going to be a salary increase for us.
But then again, what if the servers go down and that person's on vacation for a week?
Well, and that's where we would probably have to call Steve Stores, who is our current IT person, and have him fill in.
Which I think starts to point us in a direction of next budget to look at something that's more enterprise level and overall for all reaching departments, because we're not becoming less dependent on servers. We're becoming more dependent. The connections that we're offering through WebEx and broadcasting meetings and getting information out is becoming more so and more so. And that one company can start to look at the whole village as a whole rather than just this department, just that department, or any department, because it all has to work together. It all has to talk and communicate and pass information, and at the same time has to be protected and also be backed up. So it just becomes bigger and bigger to where you're going to have to start taking that to a larger level and be more cloud-based than server-based and all the other things that go along with that. So I think in the next budget talk, we need to look at ways to incorporate that into the village as a whole and more of an overall look for all areas of the village and not just independently per department. Because it does, I do agree with Trustee Pieper, it does become more costly that way because of the additional benefits that you are paying. Where this is a contract based on the best served, based on our system and the requirement of our system overall. And that goes all the way through to financial, that goes all the way through to Park and Rec and what they're offering and everything that you guys have to deal with as well in regards to your reports, HIPAA and everything else that goes along with it. So it's going to need that look real soon because it is becoming bigger than one person can handle. All right, Trustee Hudson, do you wish to make an amendment to include the language that you had talked about?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the job description here, that it include call hours, Microsoft Network certification, and at least 2 years of experience in the field.
In the public, maybe?
No.
That
in
is
the
your
I-
motion
in the
to
IT
amend?
field. Yes.
Do we have a second? Motion made and seconded, discussion. Trustee Wing.
My only question is, we've talked about the pay scale numerous times. I've been informed that some don't think it's high enough to get somebody with 2 years of experience. So if we put that in there, there may not be any applicants.
Trustee Hudson, do you wish to reconsider that part of your motion?
No.
Further discussion? I tend to agree with Trustee Wing, just based on where we are with budgets and what's been proposed.
So the minimum qualifications for this job at $61,700 a year are an associate's degree and 2 years of experience for a starting wage of 61,700. I think that matches the prevailing wage out there right now.
Depends where you are and what field you're applying in.
The
I know starting wages that start at those types of companies such as Epic that might start at 80,000 with just a degree.
I'm not going to comment on Epic.
I know. Everybody has their.
But that's a 4-year degree at Epic. I don't
That's
believe
true.
they hire associate degrees at Epic.
Not at that
Yeah,
level.
that's
no.
a 4-year college degree
Right.
in computer science. Well,
We'll just say a 4-year college degree.
at Epic, yeah. This
That's
is 2
correct
years.
with an associate, you're correct. All right, further discussion on the motion to amend? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, raise your hands. Motion passes.
No, fails.
Failed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. So you blocked her. No, I'm just kidding. All right, motion fails. Back to the further discussion or another motion?
You want
Trustee Wing.
I'll just make a motion to drop the 2-year provision, but I like the rest of your recommendation.
Motion made and seconded, discussion. We're voting on the 2 of the 3
Certification and-
requirements, meaning that we're taking off the 2-year requirement.
Okay,
Of
so the
experience.
certification and the hours.
Right.
Right, you'll get a pool of applicants, and obviously you weigh experience, and somebody with experience is going to look better than somebody fresh out of college, but
There's always a diamond in the rough, you never know. Further discussion? No further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. Next item is, we have still, that's the amendment. Now we need a motion to approve as amended. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed, raise your hands. 2 opposed. Motion carries. Item B, who is it that asked that to be pulled? Trustee Zabel.
Job description is what the village clerk position has right now. It won't be any different than one that's already. I'm sorry?
Have you advertised the position yet?
Not yet. No, have not.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. It's not tabled, it's postponed.
Do you have the job description too, Michelle, by chance? No.
Further discussion. Trustee Kaminsky.
Specifically, is there any urgency to get this done between now and the next meeting?
No.
Okay. Any
It'd be
further
nice.
discussion? All those in favor of postponing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed, motion carries. That's all items on the consent agenda then? So we'll go on to unfinished business, starting with unfinished business, item A, audio-visual proposal for the Village Boardroom, Resolution 07-2021, contract with Global Sight and Sound in amount not to exceed $95,187.60. Michelle, you're going to present for us? Okay.
As most of you remember, about a month ago, the ad hoc committee came forward with a recommendation to go with Heartland Business Systems for our AV proposal. At that meeting, Trustee Pieper, I don't know why I do that wrong every time, asked that we table the discussion for that item until the ad hoc committee could meet further. We have done so a couple of times. There's been a lot of investigation behind the scenes of the various proposals by the vendors that we heard from. And the end consensus was that Global was a better fit for what the village is looking to do. The entire committee agreed. We all felt comfortable with this change and recommendation. And we do have somebody here from Global tonight if there are any questions about their proposal. The proposal is in the packet, and it is a best and final offer, I guess you could call it. That's the number that we would be paying. Everything is included in that number, which was $95,187.60. And so our recommendation is that the board approve that agreement so that we can move forward with the project with them.
Questions?
I think when this was ahead of, on an agenda a month ago, there was already a motion on the floor to approve it, and then it got postponed.
I think the motion was only to table.
Village clerk? Trustee Kaminsky?
Can we just go through the basics again for anybody watching or whatever, like what's included in this for this amount of money?
Do you mind? You're going to do a better job than I will.
And actually, at least according to my notes, it was just a motion to table. We didn't have a pending motion otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Hi, how are you? I'm Peter.
Good, how
Kofak
are you?
with Global Sight and Sound. And I can go through the scope of work. I guess that's probably the easiest way for me. It's pretty detailed and pretty complicated, all of the different things that we're going to do within the system itself. But going through the scope of work, I'll just kind of read it to you line item by line item. as probably the easiest way to detail what it is we're going to do. We're going to change one mount on the TV on the articulating arm so it can be pulled out from the wall and better visible to the audience area. We're going to move the existing TV on the right to the front wall. We're going to install a new 86-inch 4K LED TV on a tilting wall mount on the back wall of the room. The available video sources will be the HDMI connection next to the podium, the HDMI connection in the middle of the table. We'll have 3 new pan-tilt zoom cameras, an HDMI connection in the control booth, and the existing wireless presentation receiver. The video inputs will be the left TV, the front TV, the rear TV, a broadcast feed, a web meeting feed, control room large display, conference room A, and desk monitors. The existing wireless presentation receivers will be reused again. We'll remove the existing 4 pan-tilt zoom cameras and install 3 new pan-tilt zoom cameras. We will provide a new IP pan-tilt zoom controller compatible with the new cameras. We will install 8 22-inch monitors on low-profile stands on the front desk for the board members to see presentations and agendas. The existing large monitor in the control room will be used to show either the broadcast or in-room feed. Selection will be made from the control interface. The 4 existing 7-inch preview monitors will be reused. The displays will be camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, and broadcast feed. The broadcast feed will be converted to composite video and split to the recording PC, the cable system, and the preview monitor. We will install an on-air light in the boardroom. When the light is on, the cable feed will automatically switch to broadcast, and the USB stream will be turned on. When the light is off, the cable feed will be from the PC playback, and the USB feed will be off. We'll install a custom 2-button keypad in the middle of the desk. 1 button will be to go on air, and 1 button will be to mute all microphones except for the chair microphone. We'll replace the existing tabletop microphones with 13 Shure tabletop microphones with red LED indicators that the signal microphone is on or off. The microphone will have a local button to turn them on or off. The control booth touch panel will also have the ability to turn them on and off. We'll provide 2 new wireless microphones. One will be a handheld, one will be a lavalier. We'll replace the 6 existing in-wall speakers with new 8-inch in-wall speakers. We will also install 6 new in-ceiling speakers behind for the board members. We'll provide a new custom program 21-inch tabletop touchscreen that will control the system on, off, video selection, broadcast, in-room display, preview monitor, microphone mute, microphone volume, overall volume. We will install automatic power remote control of all head-end equipment, which gives us the ability to reboot things remotely, as well as whoever's managing the system. We'll clean up the existing wiring and rack system. The existing rack and the existing wall rack displays, wireless presentation receiver, the actual rack itself, and control table will all be reused. All existing unused equipment will be disposed of. We will provide all electrical and wiring installation, and we will have 24 hours of on-site training to include a technician attending the first boardroom meeting with the system. Our standard service includes on-site service from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. All service calls will be returned within 2 hours, on-site service within 24 hours, and free warranty service for 1 year after system is completed. It's really complicated stuff, and I know I read it off kind of fast, but this was how the system was designed to give the absolute best performance.
Trustee Myers.
Did we have any options that were presented at the last meeting?
Not that I know of, no.
At the last board meeting or your last ad hoc meeting?
We have the presentation. Was there any options in there, Michelle? I thought there was some.
We've included all of our options. Oh, no, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Heartland had 3 options as part of their package. One of them was the small monitors along here, which are included in Globals. One was the large TV, which is included in Globals. And the third one was the conference room A adapter, and that is also included in Globals. So it's all there.
Thank you, Michelle.
Other questions? Trustee Baum?
So we're going to get monitors between each of us that can show us what we're presenting. And then we're getting a large monitor back there.
I don't, the exact location can be determined. My understanding is just to go towards the back of the room, and it's large enough for someone to be able to who is presenting to be able to see as well. So we can do it a couple different ways.
Who's gonna look at that one if I've got it here?
The person that's there.
Would I be better off to buy another monitor for the podium as opposed to the price of that large monitor?
Can do it that way.
So 13 size monitors.
Well, however many you had plus one at the podium instead of that large monster back there.
It was 8, yeah.
I don't know what the purpose of
So
that
if
is.
there's,
If
if
I've
there's
got,
only 8, then that's the trustees? Oh, they're in between.
Right.
Okay.
yeah. So then we'd have 9 if we put one on the podium, then they can see what they're talking about.
It's not a lot of room up there, but.
I'm not sure what this one is doing for me if we all got it here.
Correct.
Yeah. One goes back there.
These will change. This one will be on an arm that'll tilt out a little
Yeah.
bit. and
So
this
they can
one
see
is
it.
Gonna go here.
So they can see it.
Yeah, that one back there, who's that for?
Yeah, that's what I was questioning.
It's an iPad.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now before I make a motion about it.
Further questions?
I just,
Trustee Wing?
Peter, so it's my understanding that the president will not have a mute button?
I will.
Oh, you will?
I will.
Okay.
Everyone
It's a
except my
good thing that I'm
microphone.
not here, gonna be here.
Not an individual mute button, no.
Because I would never
It's an
be
overall.
allowed to talk. I've worked with Global Sight and Sound in the past on many projects, not only in Wisconsin, but in other states. I can vouch for them as a very professional company, and on every job I've been on with them, they've only had good things to say about them, every customer. So that's all I'd like to say.
Any other questions? Question I have is, we know the daily struggles that we have with the system we currently have. What is this going to do to change that for us?
It's just going to be significantly easier to operate, believe it or not. I think that's really more or less, the system now is not as conducive to automatically working as well as this system will be. It just kind of turn it on and it works. This system that's here now is somewhat segmented and has been put together and changed several times and added onto and deleted and added onto. This is kind of a fresh start, and the system is just made to work. We just finished almost the identical system at Menominee Falls, and the system just works flawlessly. It's really simple.
With the way that we're having more meetings held via WebEx, or people being able to access meetings via WebEx, will this be a smoother transition for that? Because we've had a lot of struggles with either hearing or not hearing correctly, whether they're here and speaking and you're at home listening, you don't get it, or the other way around. Will that help correct some of that?
It will, yes. The new microphones, as well as the wireless microphones, will give the ability to be able to have much better ingoing and outbound audio feeds through both the broadcast and the.
Okay, then there's always been the struggle of uploading it to whether it's what we've streamed, putting it onto our server or wherever it's going to go now, as far as YouTube. Is this also helping in streamlining
Can do
that?
YouTube. Once the system is in place, it is easy to take the feed and push it to YouTube if you'd like to.
Trustee Pieper?
I'd encourage you to look at the Menominee Falls webpage for the village and check out one of their meetings that they had posted online. You will be blown away that the way that the camera automatically goes in the microphone system. It's almost like watching a TV show. The camera will automatically go and it pans to whoever is speaking, then it goes to the broad room. And then if somebody's speaking online, it automatically goes to that. So there will be no behind the scenes issues, or Michelle will easily be able to, she won't even have anything to do during the meeting's done.
The system is very much automated.
It
And that's
is.
really the goal here, is to not have the necessity to manage it,
And
or micromanage it per se.
We're getting an almost identical system to that of Menominee Falls. So
And
if
the
you want to
clarity
see
will be
what it's
better?
going to be like.
Because we have a fuzzy type of appearance when you look at it, either on screen or as part of the.
If anybody has any
streaming.
questions, what it's going to be like, I would really encourage them to go to the Menominee Falls their village website and pull up an old meeting and check it out and just watch it and see how it goes.
Okay. Very good. Trustee Miller?
Yeah, one question, I think I know the answer, but that custom program 21-inch tabletop touch panel, that's going to be up here at the dais, right?
We can put that anywhere you like. We initially had thought about putting it in the rack if there was going to be someone here that could control it, or it can go front. It's completely up to you where you'd like us to put it.
So but it's static, right?
It is, yeah. It's not wireless.
Okay.
Trustee Zabel.
You're saying this is all done by automation? In other words, we will not need a person to man the cameras in the back or turn us on? Everything will be turned on up front here?
You can
and
do it
by
that way.
wherever that box is?
You absolutely can do it that way. Sometimes there may be a necessity for someone to be here, from the organization in order to do something. If there's something esoteric or something just different that needs to be done, there will be somebody needed here. Otherwise, the system is really going to be made to run without anyone here.
Or if we have a program that runs on the television over there, I'm assuming that would switch, or somebody could switch the feed coming off of the.
That is correct. And we'll have and that's what the touch panel will do. It'll give you the ability to select what you want to come in and what you'd like to go out.
And now, you had said that touch panels either going to be set up like on a table over there so somebody can monitor it, or up here so the president would monitor it.
Correct.
Did I hear you right, that pad is movable?
It is somewhat movable. It has to be plugged in, so it can be moved as long as it's plugged back in. It will work.
So the only reason I asked that is in committee meetings that are broadcast, the person usually sits up in front of there, may not be in the location where the president is now. Because we could always change it, I suppose, but if it moves or the committees come in at different times, and amount of people and what's here, and they are broadcast at this time.
Right. So you can typically go and just turn the system on, and then you don't have to move it. So it can be sitting in either location, and the presenter can be at either location, and it will work fine. The presenter does not need to be in front of the touch panel once it's on.
So the cameras are synced to the mics, and whatever mic is live is where the camera or the feed goes?
Yes.
The only other question I have is that at present, if we're going to get monitors here for everybody to look at, we probably won't need computers then in the future brought by the individuals, correct?
No, I think you may still need computers brought by the individuals, because if I were to come to do a presentation, I would need to get off from my computer onto whatever displays we'd like to have.
Right.
And so there'll be a connection there for the presenter's computer as well.
But the only reason I bring it up is right now the village gives a stipend of $200 every election to new people to buy or upgrade to computers to bring. I'm just assuming that if the monitors are here and you have everything in front of you, we could possibly delete that fee off of the budget. I see Michelle's raising her hand.
Your statement going out?
So the monitors are mostly going to be for what's up there. And so it's going to make Jeff's life a lot easier when he has a presentation and he wants to show you a map or he wants to zoom in on something. You guys will be able to see it better there. It's not meant for your packets. It's not meant to replace the laptops that you
Okay, so the packet
Yeah.
will not be on it.
Nope.
Okay.
To see it closer than what you see from here across the room.
Yeah.
You won't be able to do searches on it. You won't be able to call up maps or anything else that if you wanted to do your own checking as something was being presented. So there is still a need for your own computer for that purpose, plus your emails or whatever else. Part of the reason of the
computer.
Village board computer was to keep it off of your private computer because of the legalities of being in public office. And if there's ever been the need to collect computers for what's on your hard drives, it's not going into your home system.
Correct.
Trustee Miller.
Yeah, we talked about the 84-inch TV. It was in one of the proposals to put it up on that wall up on top. And you're right. With the monitors on the dais here, I wouldn't see a need for that. However, I think an 84-inch TV there with an articulating arm would be perfect to swing out to the audience so that they can see the presentations and make that TV a little bit bigger over there. So I would recommend that we keep that in.
How big is that?
To 60? 65.
Any other questions? Village Attorney.
Clarifying that your proposal
It does not. No.
The recording PC itself? Correct, it does not.
It's running Microsoft 7.
If it's, the software
hope
can be
not.
transferred to a new computer, which probably, it might be able to.
I will make a motion to approve the audio-visual proposal from Global Sight and Sound in the amount not to exceed $95,187.60.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Baum.
I'm going to make an amendment to eliminate the 85-inch TV that goes on the back wall.
And you're not in favor of Trustee Miller's recommendation of placing it over there? And just-
I'm starting with this. If
Okay.
this gets shot down, then I'll go elsewhere.
Okay. We have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? Motion to amend. I need a second. Motion fails for lack of second. Back to the motion. Further discussion.
I'll make an amendment to the original motion to remove the 85-inch TV from the back of the room and replace it on the left-hand side of the, is that the left-hand side that we're calling that?
North where you're staying.
The north wall on the articulating arm.
Motion made to amend and seconded.
Follow up.
Discussion. Trustee Baum.
So I'm taking this TV, putting it there, that TV's being replaced. What am I doing with that TV that's going away? Why am I putting it back there? This one goes here.
One's gonna go up further.
Easier for some of us to see these big TVs than these small.
So Trustee Baum is asking, we still have one extra TV.
Yeah, I've got,
I would move that one and put that one there and leave that one there.
okay.
I agree.
So we're gonna keep 3 TVs. We're gonna take the 84-inch, replace it on the articulating arm. We're gonna move that TV there, and we're gonna leave this TV here.
We don't gain anything, we just move it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my motion, my
That's a
amendment.
motion to amend. Did we have a second?
Yes.
And you're all right with the second as?
I agree.
Okay. Discussion. Any discussion on the motion to amend? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Back to the motion as now amended. Further discussion.
Question would be, is the articulating arm that you planned going to be sufficient for a bigger TV?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, good point. Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Miller? Trustee Hudson?
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky? Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Peeper?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Aye.
Trustee Zabel?
Aye.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That takes care of unfinished business. We'll go to new business. We start with new business item A for Village of Germantown Water Well Aquifer update and presentation. To kind of kick this off and give us some startup information, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Steve Krecklo, Village Administrator.
All right, thank you. And I'll introduce Paul Haugen, the water superintendent for the village. And just as a brief background, I asked Paul to present some information to the village board. We've had a series of issues related to some of the village water pumps and wells that has resulted in some failures that are unexpected and I think premature for the age of the equipment. And since it's something that we may be struggling with for some time, we thought it was important to update the village board and inform you of the issues that we're working through.
Okay, Paul, floor is yours.
Okay, good evening. So I just want to bring some information before the board. I thought it was appropriate, just some of the challenges we have. Just recently, 2 wells actually went down, but the picture you have before you is the column pipe from well 11, which was a planned maintenance rehab. But we also just backing up a little bit, we're trying to get 6 to 8 to 10 years out of our well rehab program. Well 11, we pulled out early, and I'm glad we did. There was a hole in the column pipe, which you can see right in front of you. So that's a systemic problem, but more a problem also that we're seeing at some of our other wells. This next picture is well 4. That went offline end of February. Oh, I'm sorry, well 5. That went offline end of February. I don't know, Michelle, if you want to back up to the one before that. Yeah. So can you show the next picture down? We had a failure at the pump. Right there's a hole in the pump. That well was 8 years in age from the last rehab. It's a shallower well, so it didn't take that long to get pulled out and replaced. The next one, literally within a week, was well 4. That's a deep well, and before you there is failures at the connection points, the collars that connect the pipe column. So what we're experiencing, and I'm going to bring up our colleagues in the industry to explain this in more detail, but it's called biofilm. It's a natural occurring event that occurs to metal when it reacts with certain conditions in the water. It's non-pathogenic in nature, but I think what we're seeing is increased maintenance costs. Instead of our 8 to 10 years that we're hoping to get out of our wells, we're getting maybe 5 on some of these, and even some well 4 was even a couple years. So there's going to be a significant repair cost on well 4. But I think just to get a big overview of what we're up against, it's more increased maintenance costs to our budget and also more maintenance time to our staff. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of just some of the challenges. I'm going to ask Andy to come forward and just give a brief overview. Sarah with CTW is a pump contractor who's also experienced in these kind of conditions, but it's not just a problem in Germantown, it's also a problem in many other well communities in Wisconsin. So I just wanted to make you all aware.
So I'm Andy Jock. I'm with Water Quality Investigations. We're a company that's in Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, and we do a lot of investigative work for municipalities across the state of Wisconsin. We do a lot of work for the state itself and a lot of their facilities, and we have work across the nation. And our job really is we're investigating these strange water quality issues or corrosion issues that we're seeing in water systems. You can go to the next slide, please. So Paul, give an introduction on the failures that we're seeing. Just keep in mind well 4 and well 11, the motor's up on top, and I have a little diagram here. We're showing the motor's up on the surface. The pump is sitting down about 600 feet in the ground. We have 60 pieces of pipe, roughly speaking, between the motor and the pump. What we're seeing on well 4 and well 11 is a corrosion that's happening at the coupling. So 10-foot pieces of pipe put together at the coupling. So I starred the coupling as it would show in the diagram. In that coupling, we got a piece of pipe that comes down, goes into a coupling, a piece on the bottom, and there's a spider in between. So we're seeing corrosion at well 4 and 11 in those couplings. Most of them are right below the water surface. And then at well 5, we had the corrosion on the pump. If you can go to the next diagram, please. This is a coupling out of well 4. This is an end view looking up at the coupling. You can see a fair amount of corrosion occurring there. Go to the next slide, please. So this is that same coupling, basically 4 different views. And what we're trying to do is look inside that coupling and roll it, take a picture. What you can see very noticeably is half the coupling is a dark color, and the back side, and that's on the front side, and the back side of it is a light brown color. That's the first thing to notice, and you can see the channeling in there. So we look at corrosion. We want to find out, is this aggressive water, or is this stray voltage, or is this what we call biofilm? So there's 3 things that can cause that corrosion. It's not aggressive water because that coupling is actually isolated from the water. So in that coupling, there's a grease, and it's put together. So the corrosion happened in the threads itself, so it's not the aggressive water. Then we look at stray voltage. If it was stray voltage, all the threads all the way around would be missing, because as that voltage gets on it, it jumps down the pipe. Where the voltage jumps off the pipe, everything would be corroded, not a channel. So we see a very distinct channel there. So that leads us to then go down that path of, it looks like microbial influence corrosion or a natural biofilm that grows in the well. One of the things that we noticed too in that black side of the coupling, if I drop a little bit of acid on there, it smelled like rotten eggs. So rotten eggs automatically sulfate-reducing bacteria. So we have a natural biofilm, sulfate-reducing bacteria, and I can see some faces are a little concerned. What we're talking about is the sulfate-reducing bacteria. They're everywhere. We find them deep in the bottom side of biofilms. We found them in the coupling itself. It was only on one half of the coupling, not the top half. Turns out that coupling was installed at the factory. That half of the coupling was installed at the factory. The type of lubricant that they use may not have been necessarily sealed good. A little bit of water got in there, and we got a sulfate-reducing biofilm that wound up setting up in that shop. And because of the channeling, then those bacteria secrete acids. Those acids then started eating away at the coupling. So this coupling lasted about 2 years. So that's the kind of the diagnostics on that. I'm throwing a lot at you. I want to make sure everybody understands that we often see corrosion in wells. We're trying to diagnose it, and here it looks like the factory applied side of that coupling, the lubricant they use, which is a standard in the industry, in this well was an issue. I can talk about that in a little bit if you go to the next slide. So factors that influence microbial influence corrosion. So again, we do a lot of work in water municipalities across the nation, and we find that these natural biofilms that are growing, which is, so if we have a natural biofilm growing in our well, we don't want that to get in our system, right? So that's why we chlorinate. So a lot of the chlorination, the treatment that we do, to minimize whatever we find naturally in the ground before it gets into the system. But that part that's in the ground is before we do any treatment. So that's just the natural flora and fauna or biofilm that we see. And it's there because there's nutrients. There's a little bit of organic carbon, a little bit of nitrogen, a little bit of phosphorus. So for us, that's cheeseburger, that's a Coke, and that's fries. But for them, that's their necessary food. It's there at really low levels. And what we see in Germantown's water are low levels. But there's still a little bit of nutrients there. If you have food, something's going to grow. So we see that naturally there, and it's growing. So as long as we have food, we have a potential for biofilm. This aquifer has that in it. If we have stagnant zones in the well, think of a puddle versus a flowing body of water. You know, the flowing body of water, especially if it's crystal clear, you don't see much growing in there, but the puddle you'll have stuff, or the stagnant areas of the stream will have stuff that grows green on the top. So stagnant zones in well, same thing. And we've identified that, and we're going to address that. The other thing I noticed is that the type of biofilm we had in this well, in all the commonality for the corrosion is sulfate-reducing bacteria. It gives you the rotten egg smell. What's interesting is that the well that has one of the worst corrosion issues also has the highest sulfate in the aquifer. The well that had the second worst corrosion issue, well 4, has the next level of sulfate. So if we're looking at natural organics in the water, which are there, the higher the amount of sulfate, the more that type of biofilm wants to take place, and that's what we're seeing. So the microbial influence corrosion in your wells are based on food and the high sulfate levels. And this is a natural process, and then once those bacteria start growing, they want to keep growing. Just like when you feed a kid, it keeps growing. But when biofilms then start getting layers to them, and you can't get at the food, then they start having what I would call a tantrum. They start secreting acids. And those acids then are corrosive, and that's really what we saw in that coupling. As the biofilm grew thicker, the bottom side of that biofilm then started secreting more and more of the acids, and it's caused the corrosion. And once we had a little bit of leakage, then it blew. And then we want to give more and more food in there, and we want to blowing that out. You can go to the next slide. So what are we going to do to solve this problem? So I mean, half the battle is identifying what the problem is. If we would have just said it's aggressive water, well, what are you going to do about aggressive water? It's just a blanket approach. So by identifying the fact that this is a sulfate-reducing biofilm that's in the well, first thing we're going to do is going to take the food away. So we're going to epoxy coat the pipe so that we take that surface that the biofilm wants to grow on. Then we're going to do the couplings as well. So the inside and outside of the pipe, we do the couplings. And then we're not going to have the factory put the coupling on. We're going to field apply that. And we're going to put a special lubricant on the inside, which will take that surface away from the biofilm. So we're going to wind up coating it with a, it's a PTFE. So if you've ever done any plumbing, and it's the white stuff they put inside there, that's the stuff we're going to put on it. We're going to get it right in behind the threads too. So the spider that's in there, everything is going to be coated with that. It's going to take that surface away from the biofilm to try and attack. And then we're going to do an enhanced maintenance on the wells. So we know that the water wants to form a biofilm. So one way to, basically we're going to have to do the enhanced maintenance, which is going to be periodic chemical treatments of the well to knock it back. And then with well 11, it had a cathodic protection system on it, which is a way, well 11's got two issues. It does have what appears to be a little bit of stray voltage in it, but also it has this really high sulfate. And we do see the sulfate reducing bacteria and everything else there. And the location of the hole at well 11 doesn't necessarily correlate with stray voltage. Even though stray voltage is there, it doesn't necessarily correlate with that. So, but we're going to keep the cathodic protection system on well 11. It's going to be the belt suspenders, the full suit, so we're going to basically keep throwing everything at it. The added layer that we're putting on though is the epoxy coating to try and take that surface away. And then the final thing that we're going to do at well 11 is there's a stagnant zone. So basically the pump is sitting down 600 feet. And when we pump the well, the water level drops. But right now we have about 100 feet between the water level and the pump. And that doesn't move ever. So basically it just comes up and down. But that area, there's no water movement. So one thing is we're going to shallow that up so that there's less surface there for biofilm, natural biofilm to grow. Everything that we're doing is we're dumping a little bit of water down in to keep that fresh. So operationally and mechanically, we're going to go after to prevent this thing from being, or I shouldn't say prevent it, we're going to minimize it because we're never going to prevent it. We're always fighting against nature. That's what we find. In these water systems, natural stuff will grow. We're always fighting against nature. And what we can do is the best we can with the information we have is to put the materials in there to minimize the potential for them to take off, and then the maintenance practices to keep them at bay. I threw a lot at you. Are there any questions?
Trustee Myers.
Epoxy, is that internal and external?
Correct. It's a food grade epoxy that's baked on the inside and the outside.
And how far does that go down?
All the way.
Epoxy?
All the way. Top to bottom.
What does that add to a cost of before and after? What we had from before
At about
versus?
30 to 40% increase in costs. We're looking at, I think, well, for the column pipe, probably about $60,000 for the entire string.
Well, it's worth it when you think of it, of the maintenance, and you're going to have it sooner as such, so we can get back to the program where we had 12 years rather than 5 or 6. We can only hope.
So there's no guarantee that even going through this, that it's going to expand it from a 5-year maintenance program to a 10-year maintenance program?
Right now, well 4 is at 2 years. So, but one of the things that so everything that we do when we get involved with these types of projects is we put the maintenance side of it and then the observation side of it. So we look at, and we've done this with a number of communities, but we're looking for biofilm indicators in the water sample. And with some communities, we do quarterly samples and we look for those indicators. And if those indicators are rising, then we do basically an intervention.
Okay.
And we knock it back. So with one community in particular where they had a corrosion issue, pretty severe corrosion issue, we've got them at 4 years now, and it looks like we should be able to get them to 8 or 10 on a well that was 5. There is no guarantee, though, because we're always fighting against nature, and Mother Nature is really hard to predict, especially the little itty bitty critters when they get into that joint. Now we recommend that wells be pulled and inspected every 5 years. So this well should be pulled in 5 years, and then we'll get a good feel for how well this approach then mitigated the issues. But the ongoing maintenance will also tell us if we're mitigating the issues.
So, we're not the first community ever to put in a well, and it's probably been going on for 50, 60 years. So the 10-year was based off of previous practices, to do it in 10 years. What's changed now to enter in this bacteria? Is it our water, our situation in our area, or does it have something to do with the way that like you said before, that we weren't replacing what's in the shaft? Or, I mean, what's different that now we're only getting 2 to 5 years versus a normal 10?
That's an excellent question. An excellent question. There's a number of answers, okay? First is, one, with the coupling that the picture we showed. It looks like we don't know what the factory has done with their lubricant over the years. So that could be something that's changed. The one that's on there right now, and it's on a lot of pipe that's installed, but it's not conducive to this type of well in its deep setting. So we've got a sulfate reducing biofilm that got into there. But going back in the history of some of the wells, I think at most you got six, and Sarah can talk a little bit on the history at well 4, but I think at most you got 6 or 7 years out of that column pipe. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so going back, I did go back about 20 years with well 4. So it was pulled in 2003, 2009, 2015, 2019, and then again in 2021. So although I'll say rule of thumb in the industry is approximately 10 years, I'd say generally speaking, you've been at about 6 historically at well 4. And when it has gotten pulled at 6 years, there have been continual issues with corrosion, both with the pump and with the pipe needing to get replaced at those service intervals. So it was 2015, I believe, this was switched over from an oil lubricated pump to a water lubricated pump. So it was a little different before then, but.
So you see this more in a deep well than you do in a shallow well, just because of the length of shaft and what's being kept around it?
Not necessarily. So, I mean, the answer to the other part of your question, it's about, so we'd like to see 10 years out of our wells. Your wells historically are about 6. Well 11, when it first went on, I think it only had 1 or 2 years.
It had an issue with the electrical.
So what we're finding, though, is that the water industry in general, the EPA in general, the DNR in general, don't understand natural biofilms and the type of corrosion that they can occur. I've seen wells last 20, 30 years where they haven't been touched. I've also seen wells like these that it's very aggressive. I've seen other wells where at that 6, 7, 8, 10-year point, there's a fair amount of corrosion that's occurring in there. And often it's misdiagnosed. So I know of wells where there's a cathodic protection system on them and it's misdiagnosed. They call it stray voltage, but yet it's a biofilm. And we know it's a biofilm because we do the testing and we can see it. We also know that if biofilm linked together, they actually act like an electrical wire. And the biofilm that's down deep by the pump is actually dumping electron on to its neighbor to get up at the oxygen up on top. We see it. So the industry in general doesn't understand what natural biofilms in our ecosystem are doing to cause corrosion. And I say our industry doesn't understand it, the water industry doesn't understand it, but the industrial industry does. It's microbial influence corrosion. The oil and gas industry really understands what microbial influence corrosion is because they're always fighting it with their product, which has a lot of organics in it. We see it in cooling towers. So a lot of our closed hot water loops I'm escaping the word, but it's a closed heating loop systems. They're putting a corrosion inhibitor in there because of the microbial influence corrosion that can occur. So the drinking water industry is slow to grasp a hold of common biofilms. We're doing work across the nation in lead and copper corrosion, and we can see a strong correlation between biofilms and what they secrete, being an acid or a protein, and that actually causing the lead and copper to be released at the tap. So the industry is slow to grasp what biofilm does. In your case, the high sulfates and the organic carbon are setting up for the sulfate reducing biofilms to basically take hold, and then that process is secreting the acids that cause the corrosion.
The pipe that goes on there, that's a steel pipe or that's?
Yep, it's carbon steel. We can put stainless in, but there's no guarantee that, and we see it in plumbing system, that the stainless will actually be etched by the same the same type of biofilm.
And we're not seeing this because it's more of a steel that came from outside of the United States or was imported in?
It's all the steel that's put in has to be manufactured to an ASTM standard. So as long as it's manufactured to that standard, then it's acceptable. Now, is there a variation? Possibly. Could somebody check that spot of the pipe that looks really good and miss that part of the pipe that doesn't look so good? That there is always that potential. So there is a potential that if there is an inferior product, the testing doesn't necessarily show it. We're not getting a representative sample of it.
Everything that was put into well 4 in 2019 was all domestic pipe though.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one further answer to your question, we plunk a well down in the ground, we start pumping water. The water that we get on day 1 is different than the water we get on year 5, because as we're pumping that, we're creating a cone of depression, and water that's neighboring is being pulled in. This area is highly fractured. The Waukesha fault isn't too far away. Matter of fact, well 3 is probably drilled right down on top of the Waukesha fault. We can see the vertical fractures right in well 3. So the point of that is that as we pump, we pull further and further, water is further and further from the well unnaturally towards the well. It's called induced recharge. Every well does it. So the longer we pump a well and the deeper that well is and the more fractures are in there, we're pulling stuff that's not native to the aquifer, we're pulling it in. With a highly fractured area, we're pulling in water that isn't necessarily supposed to be down where it's at. And we find in wells, over time that if there's a contamination plume that might be let's say 500,000 feet away, pump that for 10 years, you pull that plume in, all of a sudden your water quality is different. I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but the highly fractured nature of your aquifer system, the wetlands and the creeks and whatnot, which are going to have organics in them, there's a chance that our induced recharge, our human need for water, is causing a drawdown of our aquifers and then pulling in of these natural contaminants that's then boosting this natural biology to be in a well. That's what we're seeing. So it's the unintended consequence of development and the surface.
Interesting.
But it's the fact of our life.
Fact of our life, not just for Germantown, but anywhere.
Right, but we've often said in the past how we have to preserve our water resource. It's very precious, and to always be giving it away to other communities can bring in harm like this by continually pumping in from other areas where the water shouldn't be. I do have a question for you. Oftentimes in construction, you're in a house and there's this smell when they run the warm water. Is that the same principle?
Sulfate reduced.
And so many times in construction, we're told it's because you opened the plumbing pipes and you left them open. You know that theory though?
Bunk. Yep.
Yeah, that's not true.
It's bunk.
So if a resident gets this, if this resident gets this smell, is it possible that the biofilms or the sulfur bacteria is coming from our well to their house?
Well, and this is the part that people don't really want to hear, but biofilm is everywhere. There is biofilm in our water system. And for the most part, as long as your water doesn't test bacteriologically unsafe, so if it's coliform negative, E. coli negative, the natural flora and fauna that are in our water actually help our gut. So yes, the biofilm that develops in a house under construction came from our water system. But it also could come from the pipe being open and just being open to the atmosphere. So I can't say which is which.
Oh, okay.
But we do see often that if I take a plumbing system that is heavily chlorinated and I fill it full of water and then flush it out so that I bring just the natural water and you feel it sit for a month, which happens during construction, and then you go turn it on, it's not going to smell so good. Because one of the problems that we have with corrosion in systems is this basically stagnancy. We're working on a project for a federal facility right now where they have high water age and the water comes out, if they flush it really hard, it comes out black. And it comes out with no disinfection residual and high lead. And it's because of stagnancy. And it's because of basically the natural flora and fauna in that piping system, which is meant to stay flushing.
Right.
It's stagnant.
So it could come from a construction process.
Correct.
Is there mechanisms that you can filter filter it from the village source?
Well, the idea is that if we, let me backtrack. So if a plumbing system is put in and it's put in a clean nature and it's not left to stagnate, and if they put it in, they test it, they drain it, then that's a better condition than the putting it in and filling it. So then we just let it drain. And then after we bring it online, if we're always using our water, then there's no need to take anything out from the village into that community. However, if you go on vacation for 3 months, you come back, you can expect your water to stink because it's just a natural biology that's in the water because you lost your disinfection residual. So the disinfection residual is there to protect that bulk water. It's not going to do anything about biofilm. Matter of fact, we know that biofilms laugh at it. We did a building trial at a state-owned facility. We hit it with a recirculation for 3 weeks at 60 milligrams per liter chlorine. At the end of that, it was still live. The biofilm was still live. So there's really no way to stop nature other than to put RO water into your private plumbing system. And even then, that water's not going to taste good and it's going to be aggressive towards other corrosion aspects of your plumbing. So the natural flora and fauna in our water, as long as it's not a coliform, E. coli, or Giardia or crypto, it's something that doesn't harm us. But left unchecked, it can cause excessive corrosion, a lot of damage, and just the taste and odor issues. Maybe I over-answered your question, so sorry about that.
Trustee Miller.
Yeah, so we're talking about municipal wells here, but there is a lot of private wells in this village, including a number of them on this board here. I assume that our casings are just as susceptible to something like this, aren't they?
It is, yep. Now, your private wells are probably not going to be drilled as deep as the municipal wells.
Right.
The shallower wells seem to have less issues, but any well that has a potential for surface water impact, being near a marshy area, near a fracture, then you need to do regular maintenance on it. And if you ever have your well pump pulled, and as the pump installer is pulling it out, and you see the slimy stuff on the column pipe, the brown color and greasy slimy or black, that's natural biofilm, and it's causing corrosion. So people with a shallow well on this board or nearby the community, if your pump is only lasting 3 to 5 years, it's not the aggressive water, it's the natural biofilm that's doing it.
So if testing your water annually, I test my water annually, does that tell me anything? No?
No, because the industry in general and the DNR regs in general tend to not understand biofilms. So one thing you can do, one of the things we do what's called a bucket test. It's this highly technical test where you line up 10 buckets and you let your well not used overnight. And this is one that Paul's crew is doing as a way of checking the maintenance on these wells. So you don't use your well overnight. You come there first thing in the morning, you fire up your well pump. So at home, you just turn on your outside hoses, and every 1 minute you go to the next bucket and the well pump is running. Then you see if there's any color gradations. And once that is all there, you might find that the 5th bucket looks a little dirty, a little brown, and then it clears right up. And we do that with the municipal wells. And then you throw a little bleach in each of them, take a tablespoon of bleach and throw in each of them. And if any of them turn brown real quick, well, then that helps us understand, like the first 5 turn brown and the rest of them are clear. That's a borehole problem. That's something you can maintain. But if the first ones were clear and the last ones were brown, it's an aquifer problem. So it's part of diagnosing it. But so that's a real simple test that you can do yourself to say, do I need to shock chlorinate? Do I need to acid treat my well? So when we're chemically treating these wells, the first stage is we're throwing an aggressive acid at it to dissolve the outer crust, the hard mineral scale, and then we open it up to more of a soft biofilm. And then the second phase is going after with some specialty acids that'll dissolve that soft biofilm and get it to release. And then we throw it at it with a real heavy chlorine dose. So that's the process that we use in the municipal wells. Private wells can do the same thing. But we're always fighting against nature, which means that if we have a corrosion issue, like we see in these wells here, we need to rehab it, and then we need to maintain it. You need to replace the engine and do your oil changes every 3,000 miles. And in this case, we have to do our oil changes maybe every 1,500 miles because we're driving in dusty conditions. It's harder on the engine. And we have to do a little bit more maintenance on the vehicle just to keep it on the road. But every well has a problem. Some parts of our state are blessed with relatively pristine water. This fracture, the Waukesha Fault fracture, it causes issues for your community. You're not the only community that has those issues. But we've done some work in other communities that are near that fracture. One community in particular, northeast of here, their one well is heavily impacted. The other wells in their community are not. So it's the luck of the draw, or the unluck of the draw.
Good info.
Or the luck of the drill.
Yeah.
Yeah, luck of the drill, yeah.
Trustee Zabel.
I'm a little confused. We have been told in the past that those deep wells that go down below the rock that's encasing, is supposedly that it's not taking any of the groundwater or any of the water that is marshes or nearby. It's taking water that is coming out of Superior or coming out of Duluth and those things. And you're telling me that's not correct? Because of the fault that's there, that Waukesha Fault, we're getting water coming through.
The deep well in this area is getting its water directly from the west. There's no well in southern Wisconsin that's getting its water from Lake Superior. So that's.
But we're not getting water from Lake Michigan.
No, you're not.
Because of the rock layer that's there.
If you want to get into the interesting geology side of it, but in Wisconsin, we have what's called the Wisconsin Dome or the Wisconsin Arch. That's where the granite's relatively high. They say that same granite layer in Wisconsin is about 15,000 feet below the surface in Michigan.
Right.
And that was created by the Appalachian Mountain Building. So we created this ripple effect.
Right.
So when it did that, it took our nice flat plains of sedimentary rock, heaved them, and fractured them. So in general, if we're in an area away from the fault, we drill a deep well, we're going to get that aquifer water that was basically got down there whenever it was, whether it was 10,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago or a million years ago. But if we're drilling near a fracture, then doesn't matter what those layers are, that fracture allows leakage down in past those.
Allows it to come through. So a deep well technically could affect shallow wells in the neighborhood if that was the case, because in that drawdown, you're drawing from that upper level as well as from the area down below. Now, the other thing I found interesting is, do you check the temperature of the water?
We have, I think we did the geophysical logging of well 11, and we did check the temperature on that. And in the bottom of that well 11 was warmer.
Is that, I ran into a problem quite a few years ago in which copper piping started to go, but it was a very hot summer, and it appeared to be that water temperature changed to a point that causes the bacteria within the copper pipe to grow, and all the pipe rotted from the inside out. And I'm wondering if your temperature has the same effect. Is that temperature of the water that you see there, the bacteria has a tendency to work better under warmer conditions than colder conditions?
No, it's an excellent point, and that could be an issue in our deeper wells where the bottom of those wells are a little bit warmer. I know the bottom of one of Waukesha's wells was 100 degrees Fahrenheit at one point before they did a partial abandonment on it.
Oh, considering the ground elevation's only around 55 and you're 100.
Yep. But there's some thermal vents or some thermal source in the bottom, and that's near the Waukesha Fault. So we do find some of the deeper wells are warmer near the bottom, and that can, if there's nutrients present, allow more biofilm or natural biology to grow. So that could have part of the influence of corrosion in wells 4 and 11, but the point is that there's food present. So if there isn't any food, then that warm temperature won't have any impact.
And that's where your coating is coming back to. You're assuming that the metal is the food that they want.
Yep.
So by coating it, it's saying, so there is no plastic pipe or no HDPE pipe that would be strong enough or good enough to hold a weight of a motor or a weight of a pump.
Correct, and the DNR would not allow it. So.
34,000.
Okay, so they would stretch it and pull it and.
So we even considered stainless steel, but stainless steel, you can get by with a thinner wall, but it's still a metal surface.
It's still metal, and stainless steel isn't all rounded up to be either.
Yep, there's some other issues that we open ourselves up to.
Well, the only advantage to stainless is that it would not be magnetic. You could probably
the bacteria still are gonna they're gonna try and get the iron that's in there. So every living cell needs carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus, but it also needs micrometals. And you
Right,
see them
micrometal.
secreting
Something
the
to eat.
acids to look for the metals too.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
How deep is well number 11 and what was it, well number 4?
Well, 11 and 4, they're 1,300 feet.
1,300 feet?
Yeah, and well 5 is probably 200? Shallower. Yeah, 200. So
Well
that's-
5 is 200 feet?
Yeah, it's in an alluvial, it's in an alluvial valley. So it's basically drilled into sand and gravel, and it has a screen.
Okay.
Those are high producers.
So what would you consider to be a shallow well or a deep well for residential?
Shallow well would be down into the alluvial, or probably in that 100-foot to 200-foot range.
So, okay, so anything,
It's really looking at the upper aquifer as a shallow well. And it's going to be either the alluvial stuff or just the upper. I don't think it's going to be a limestone well in this area then, if it's in a rock, in basically a rock formation. Some parts of the state will have a sandstone well.
So if you're out looking for a new well site, why wouldn't you look for something that's away from the Waukesha fissure?
It's an excellent question. We have this mapped fault, and then because of that mapped fault, there's also reflective fractures, and it's going to cover your whole community. So no matter what you do in your community, you're going to drill down and have a potential to be influenced by that fracture. I think the closer we are to that fracture, the closer we are to that influence, the higher the sulfate levels are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the difference. And when I talk about the sulfate levels, the Maquoketa shale that comes up, we're trying to stay above that. Are we through that? Or is it absent here? The geology in this area, the geology in this area, I think it's a little bit to the east then of where Waukesha is. I'm not quite sure where that hooks, but the Maquoketa shale disappears and then we're just down into that limestone. But because of that fracture that's there, we have all this reflective fracturing. So think of it if you broke something, like you break a whole bunch of spaghetti noodles, they don't all go in a line. You have some that are breaking on the right and the left side.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like what we have in our aquifer is the main fault, but then there's all these reflective faults that can come out for a half mile either direction or even more. So it's going to be really, really hard to avoid the Waukesha fault here.
Other questions? Other information to present?
That's it.
Paul, anything else?
No, just thanks for listening. It was a lot of information, but again, it's more time maintenance with staff and repair materials. So stay tuned. We'll keep you.
it's very educational. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. I learned a lot.
Thank you. Next item under new business is item B, Resolution 04-2021, approving an amendment to the project plan and boundaries of tax incremental district number 7 in the village of Germantown, Wisconsin. To give us some more information and background on this amendment to the project plan and boundaries of the tax incremental district, we have with us a representation from Ehlers with Phil Cosson. Phil.
Thank you. Good evening. Good to be back with you. I'm not going to talk wells. I did learn a lot though. So what I'd like to do tonight is give you kind of an update and then an overview of where we are. And then we have a kind of a small PowerPoint to go through. We'll talk about the amendment to TID 7. So a couple months back, we were here and did a feasibility analysis for you. We looked at both TID 7 and TID 8, if you recall. And at that point, it gave us authorization to proceed with the full creation of the tax increment district, which was really phase 2 of this. So where are we now? We last Monday had an initial joint review board meeting. So the other taxing bodies were part of that meeting. The only taxing body that did not participate was the school district. I know Administrator Krecklow has been in contact with the school district. They were unavailable for that initial meeting. I think we had good feedback from the JRB, very supportive of the project, at least initially. Again, that did not include the school board. Plan Commission held a public hearing last Monday as well. We had some comments from Plan Commission members in regards to the development area, and it was ultimately approved to move forward to the village board. So this would be the next step in the process to approve the amendment to TID number 7. And then it'll go back, if it's approved tonight, back to that joint review board for final action. And that meeting has been scheduled for March 30th if it's approved tonight. So a reminder of what we're doing here. This is TID 7, and TID 7 was created back in 2017 for JW Speaker. And so when we created TID number 7, you can see the original area for TID 7 on this map. And it highlighted in the red highlight. That's the original area. That district at that time was 160 acres of development. In the green shaded area would be the area that would be added to this site, which would be roughly another 170 acres of development. There was a earlier correspondence that was read by the village president in regards to section 9. I'll get into the mapping in a little bit to show you kind of what areas we're talking about. But right now there's no proposed development for that particular area. The developer is here. Mike Faber from Capstone Quadrangle is here. And if there are specific questions as to what their plans are, I'm sure Mike would be happy to come up and address those as well. If you recall, what was proposed by Capstone is in the area that is identified as kind of the area directly south of Holy Hill Road, which would abut on the north side the development that's occurring with the Briggs and Stratton development in that area. Again, when we amend a tax increment district, it has to be a contiguous boundary, which is precisely why we picked up the parcels that are adjacent directly west of the JW Speaker site, and then going east to be able to pick up this area directly south of Holy Hill Road, where the proposed development is. Right now, what the plan is to develop what would be section 3. I know it's a little bit difficult to read on this map. Maybe with an 85-inch TV, you could see it better. But you can see section 3 is the area that is being proposed for development. What is being proposed are the 3 industrial buildings, a 200,000 square foot building, which would be on the far west side of this site, and then 2 additional 300,000 square foot buildings that would be east of that site. You can see that on the map here on the right hand side is the layout of the development. So why are we going through this amendment? The developer has come forward with a request for the road project highlighted in the kind of the tan. The brown area would be the road that would serve these 3 buildings. As a reminder, what's being proposed is that would be privately built, dedicated to the village, and then served, maintained by the developer as part of their development. So the incentive here is to have the village essentially pay for that roadway and related costs, which will then be paid back out of the increment that would be generated by their 3 proposed buildings. Again, the only area on the map on the left that's really being talked about at this point for development is section 3. The other areas that have been highlighted in purple there's no proposed development for those sites at this time. Here's another close-up of the area that would be identified for the 3 buildings that would again be directly south of the TID 8 kind of Briggs and Stratton development area that's already underway. The request again from the developer is the request for about a $2.5 million incentive that would be directly to help pay for the site. There are some not just roadway improvements and related costs, but there's some cleanup on the site as well that needs to be done that have been identified by Capstone to be able to develop on this particular site. So what they have proposed is, and this is not just their development proposal, but what's happened in the tax increment district to date and what JW Speaker is also looking to continue with. As you can see on this page, in the highlighted in the dark area, that's actual. So there's about $4.8 million of increment that's been generated. That's on the JW Speaker site. The Capstone Business Park, through the 3 buildings that they are proposing, 2022, 24, and 2027. Tentatively, it's about $61 million of proposed development. And then through continued discussion with JW Speaker, they are still proposing an expansion on their site at some point in time. They have identified tentatively 2024 for another roughly $5 million development. In total, the development in TID 7, with everything included, would be a little over $71 million, which, if that played out with the expense that's been asked for as part of the development, would close this district out 11 years earlier than the maximum life. So this would close out as early as 2030 in that time frame. With the development that's being proposed. This is the increment that would be generated over time on the site, and ultimately a cash flow that always has to be included on the next page as part of the TID amendment. A couple other comments in regards to this development. The village currently has a development agreement with JW Speaker that would stay in place. There's no change to their development agreement. If you recall, when I was here last time, we had talked about the fact that their agreement calls for them to make shortfall payments, and that will continue, and this doesn't change that. What this does do is provide additional development along that Holy Hill corridor, which will be very similar to the development you're seeing on the north side of Holy Hill Road. And it will essentially provide a little more stability in TID number 7 from a cash flow perspective, enabling the district to potentially close out a little bit earlier. So the rest of the project plan, as always, we need to go through a number of other sections in regards to this area. We also have to address things like annex property, what percentage of the land would be devoted to retail development, proposed zoning changes that would be required. So we go through all that as part of the TID project plan amendment, as well as the village attorney has to provide an opinion letter, which has been provided as part of the final plan as well. Their opinion letter is really looking at not just the merit of the, not really the merit of the project, but did we meet all the statutory requirements to be included in the project plan. So with that, those are my initial comments. Again, Mike Faber is here from Capstone. If there are specific questions about the development, their timeline that they have laid out, their request, I know he's been more than happy to come up and speak in regards to those issues.
Questions, Trustee Myers?
Michelle, could you go back to some pictures that were earlier?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm controlling it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Go back one more. One more.
The other way?
Oh, where is the railroad tracks in here?
Right there.
Right going right through.
Right through it.
The big line, right?
That's the railroad tracks, okay. So how many potential lots are still available for a speaker? Is that 4? Which would be east of Goldendale?
Right there.
Speaker has this and this. This is their property.
But he broke, if I remember right, before we approved it, he broke this down into 3 or 4 different ones.
Put a road through here.
Yeah, I
and
understand.
Subdivided into 4 parcels.
There's
with
4
different
parcels.
buildings.
So there's 4 parcels there, okay. So basically speaking, we're actually on the west side, this is on the west side of Goldendale.
That's correct.
Yes.
How far does that go down to where the entrance, to where that goes into the speaker?
Past that, farther.
You
But
talking
you
about the
said about a quarter
contingent
mile?
land there?
Lot 9.
Lot 9?
Lot 9.
It goes all the way down to Island.
Goes down to the
There is a road.
South Farm.
So that, is that part of the farm then?
No.
Yeah. We'd have to,
Well, it's the fields north of him.
okay,
Island
There's
right
the
there.
edge of your Nyland
Huh?
subdivision.
okay.
So you're just north of subdivision.
So that would be the owner that has, on the corner of Fry Step and Goldendale. That'd be part of his land that we would have to obtain.
We're not
No.
obtaining the land, it's just being included as part of the project plan. Again, the boundaries have to be contiguous to be able to get to the site that is proposed for development.
On the north end, Bill.
What's that?
I say, I understand that on the north end, what I'm speaking of is going in the south end into his property. Does it go into his property?
There's nothing proposed on that property for development. We're just using that site to get to the other parcels to be able to include that as part of the TID amendment.
Not being
Yeah, you
rezoned.
need the.
That's not being developed.
I'm trying to ascertain is who owns that?
The farmer.
that portion.
The farmer,
The farmer, that's what
Right.
I wanted to.
stuff.
Yeah, and that'll still be under their ownership. There's no proposed
I
change.
understand that. Here's how far it went up. Thank you, Phil.
Trustee Wayne?
You had mentioned that the agreements with JW Speakers stay in place. So currently they're paying shortfall payments. But with the addition of these buildings, would their shortfall payments would reduce?
No, the agreement is based upon their site.
Okay.
So the increment they generate on their property only is what triggers whether or not there's a shortfall payment. So this will be outside of of the
So
increment they could
the only
generate.
benefit to them would be maybe the TIF closes early?
Unless the agreement would be renegotiated in the future or something like that. But yeah, I guess the benefit to the village also is that if JW Speaker, for whatever reason, would not make a payment, not make a shortfall payment, the village would potentially, through this development, have additional increment to make that payment instead of having it come from like the levy or coming from another source.
Because I think when we first were discussing this, there was kind of a sense on the board that maybe this would help JW Speaker, and we would, make the payments.
I think there's been further discussion with JW Speaker since our
Okay.
first meeting.
No, this helps the village and it was not looked at as a possible way to expand this TIF to help JW Speaker, but it helps the village in regards to the successful outcome, not only of TIF 7, but it doesn't put any payments or any less payments that JW Speaker already owes to the village based on their developer's agreement.
Right, I understand that now, but I think, I can't be the only one on the board, but there was even a suggestion by Rick Miller at the time that why not make it a separate TIF? If JW Speaker is already paying for this one, why not we just do a separate TIF? But it was all understood that this would be, at the time, I thought, good for Speaker, good for the village, a number of reasons. So we didn't go with a separate TIF. I'm fine, with the current structure. I just wanted some more verification because there were some conversations back then that just doesn't seem to match what I'm seeing now.
Village Administrator?
And if I could just add, and first of all, if I miscommunicated that or left to a misunderstanding, I apologize. When I presented this in previous meetings, I sometimes tried to describe it as like a belts and suspenders, that it does create a second stream of revenue for the TID in the unlikely event, like Phil mentioned, that JW Speaker is unable to make those payments. But one other thing I just wanted to clarify is those shortfall payments have not started yet. There are a few years yet before that would go into place. And the final thing that I should mention related to JW Speaker is the village attorney and I have been having some ongoing conversations with them about potentially, restructuring or finding some ways that could be mutually beneficial. And those talks are very, very preliminary, and they would be coming back to the village board before they would go any further, and they would not have any impact on what's being proposed here tonight.
Okay, well, I would just add that if I would have known then what I know now, I would have agreed with Rick Miller that, well, if it isn't, we thought this, why not help a struggling TIF? I would have said, well, if all things being equal, then why not just create a separate TIF? So
is your question then, what would be the benefit of this being on its own rather than combined as part of this amended?
Well,
I mean, that's a
one
question
of
for
the
Phil.
one of the benefits of a separate TIF is we wouldn't have had to take that land across from this subdivision and turn it into industrial.
We didn't.
We didn't have to.
Don't, that's a misnomer. We did not take land, and we only included for contiguous land to expand the TIF. We're not taking it from anybody,
We
nor
did-
are we rezoning it to anything.
I never said we took it from anybody. We took land from our map and put it into a TIF district. I didn't say we took it from the farmer.
Okay.
We took land and put it into a TIF district across from a subdivision. From the letter, they did not expect that. We did that so we had continuity.
Right.
You have to have continuity within the land. That's why we did it. We did it because we wanted to expand TIF 7 because I thought it was under distress. But if all things are being equal, you wouldn't have had to do that continuation. You could have just went right over to this gentleman's property and made his own TIF 9 or whatever it would be right now. I think it would be 9. And we wouldn't have had this controversy within the neighborhood that we do have now. That's all I'm saying. It's obvious to everybody here that I never voted for a TIF and I won't vote for this one, but I'm just outlining different ways that you could plan a little bit better for the community.
Question came up in Plan Commission of why this wasn't considered as its own TIF, and there was a benefit to bring it along with the amendment. And what was the explanation in the Plan Commission?
Well, we do think there's potential benefit to the earlier closure of TID 7, and that's a benefit to everybody that we can see the district close out earlier. We also think there's a benefit, as Administrator Kreklo said, that, there outside chance something happens with JW Speaker, this is another source of revenue that comes in to help pay back the bonds that are outstanding already in TID 7. So there does provide a little bit of security for the village by having this development take place within TID 7 as well.
Trustee Baum.
Does this expansion come with any guarantees also, like Speaker has?
Village Administrator.
Yes, it will. We have been having discussions with the developer, Capstone Quadrangle, and we're still going through the amounts and the timing and finalizing those, but they have expressed a willingness to guarantee the enough development and a timely enough development to cover the debt service.
Trustee Miller.
I have a couple questions about lots 6, 7, 8, 9, everything on that side. I mean, we aren't taking the land. I'm not going to use that again. No, we're not taking the land. But it is going to be deemed into this TID if it passes. Does that give it the ability to change zoning easier? Is it easier to change the zoning once it's part of a TID? So it's agriculture right now, and we're saying that this could be M1, but it still has to go through the entire process and.
rezoning and also part of the land use change.
Well,
What?
if, you can't say it wouldn't be any easier. If he wanted to build residential housing there, it would be much tougher to do under a TIF. It would be much harder to get approval. We've never approved residential in a TIF. That would make it much more difficult for this landowner than opposed to him coming forward with the M1, M2, M3.
There's no,
That's
I
just
wouldn't
the
agree with
truth.
that. That's an opinion.
Well, we have historic evidence to show that numerous times we said we do not want to use residents in a TIF district. It isn't beneficial for the tax base, and to this point in time, we have never done it.
That's true.
So my advice would be to the landowner that it will be more difficult to make it residential once this is put into a TIF district. You can't sit here and genuinely tell somebody that it's going through the same process and there's the same likelihood of whatever he wants to create there. It'll be much easier, on the other hand, if he wanted a manufacturing facility or industrial facility there. I think it would go through much faster being a TID than it would being a general property.
Well, it depends on Lot 8 and what they want to do as well, because that being a residential, I think that'd be difficult to have that right behind them, something like that.
When we're looking for money to make a TIF successful or end earlier, trust me, it goes real fast. The business comes in, the factory's built.
Mr. Chairman? It's already looked at, and that would be on top of what's already being projected, because this particular projection is based off the development as it stands today, not any future development. And it would pay itself back earlier based on the current development, not anything in addition.
But a future development could bring that date even further closer.
As we've seen in other TIFs, TIF 4, TIF 6.
And it can go the other way. You could have a big manufacturer come in and want $1 million from us. And now that pushes the TIF out further, but they are building and they are paying in increments. So
Possibility, but would not need to
you
go
never know
through this
what the
board
future holds,
approval.
but to tell somebody like we just did that it's not going to be any harder or easier. If he wants to build a residential community there, it's going to be much more difficult.
Director Retzloff.
I just wanted to point out that in the project plan, as shown on the screen, we do currently show potential future land use, sort of the highest and best use, if you will, for parcel 9 as industrial. Now, with that said, I understand that we can change that to residential, and that would be consistent with the current thought process at the Plan Commission level under our 2050 plan, where we are looking at essentially creating a residential buffer area, if you will, along the west side of Goldendale down to Freistadt, and then a little bit west along Freistadt. So there would be this sort of reverse L-shaped area that would be residential, and then the potentially future non-residential further west of that, 241. So it is conceivable then that we could change what's shown now as purple on that parcel 9 to yellow residential. But then I understand your argument.
Been resistance in the past to do that.
I understand.
I think it's more favorable as we looked at it and discussed it in Plan Commission in regards to the 2050 plan, and not put industrial there along Goldendale just based on the pinch point that it already presents itself with against Freistadt. And without any possibility or known future of any type of interchange off of Freistadt Road, we don't want to create more of a pinch point there by putting an industrial base that close to that intersection. It makes more sense to keep it up higher and along Holy Hill Road, where you have alternatives of how to offload that traffic, whether it's directly onto 4145, or if you're pushing frontage roads off of Holy Hill Road down to Freistadt or further up in order to gain access without using Goldendale as the main pass.
Was there something that we could include in this?
Well, I think if you look at your findings, number 4 and number 5, I think you sort of tie things in. Because number 4 says not less than 50% of the land of real property will remain industrial, not less than 50%. And number 5 says, based on the foregoing findings, the district remains designated as an industrial district. Those are in your findings. So you're telling people that you're trading an industrial TIF.
Well, maybe could we, at this point, revise that?
Well, I don't know. That's where the TIF and the state law comes into play, because you have to have certain designations to trade the TIF. Now, if there's something we can do that says we're trading the TIF that doesn't require that, I mean,
Yeah,
this tells me that 50% of the land has to remain industrial, and that anything that I designated in this TIF will be industrial.
The original intent of the TIF, the original TIF district was an industrial district.
Right.
We can't change that purpose going into an amendment. It's got to remain industrial then. So that's why we're doing an industrial district amendment. And you're right, 50% of the area by acreage has to be zoned and suitable for industrial. And I think all the JW speaker is zoned and suitable for industrial already. So that's all of that 160 acres is industrial. All we would need here is the piece that what I would call section 3 to be industrial. The rest wouldn't need to be identified as industrial, and we would meet that criteria.
Well, there was some talk at different points, and Dean, you alluded to it as well, that there might be a possibility to appease the neighborhood to make some of JW Speaker's land or residential. There was some talk about that when they were not filling it in the manner that we had first expected.
Right now, all we know is their plans as proposed, but if things would dramatically change for whatever reason, it doesn't mean that it's out of the realm of possibility. But you're also including that in your 50%, so what you'd be trading off there in residential, you'd be trading for other industrial base in areas outside of what's considered speaker right now. But it's not out of the realm. I mean, but you'd be doing a trade.
I know, that's why I think it would just be better to have a separate TIF and not include these properties that make it,
Separate TIF, if a separate TIF would be created, would it go out to full term?
No,
Based
it
on
would not.
proposal?
Not with the development that's being proposed right now.
Village administrator.
Just wanted to add a couple of additional pieces of information for the discussion on the parcels of land south of the railroad. One is at parcel number 9, the larger parcel that's on Goldendale is the property owner of a property owned by Jim Stout, who I think from previous experiences with the village has indicated that, he is not planning to develop that land anytime soon. And, is the operator of the farm that was mentioned in the letter. His words to me were he was born in that house and he plans to stay there.
Is he fourth generation?
Yeah. So I think for the residents, and thinking about future plans, I think there's a good chance that would, in fact, I think probably a likelihood that property would not be developed before the TID closes. And the remaining parcels along the railroad that we see don't have access to them. And probably, our community development director could, jump in if he wanted, but probably would not have it until maybe at some point in the future, the village would build a frontage road and allow access from the west or some sort of a road being constructed north from Freistadt, which I think, again, are things that are longer term and could very well not happen until after this tax increment district is closed. And then as we look at the parcels, the one other thing to note is that the other parcel north of the freeway, that's not north of the railroad, that's not under contract with Capstone. Quadrangle has as part of the MMSD green seams program and has, there's limitations. That land basically cannot be developed.
Right.
So that would remain undeveloped property.
Trustee Bone?
I go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution to amend the project plan and boundaries of tax incremental district number 7 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Zabel?
I have questions on the finances. What you put into project here, you got $1 million for the north-south road, stormwater ponds, engineering and park monuments and demolitions and environmental cleanup. What I don't see is the extension of water main in Holy Hill. Water main and sewer main has to be extended to the west property line. Now, that was part of TIF 8, and it's all going to be done when we rebuild Holy Hill Road this year under the state contract, of which they're going to pay $1 million, and we got to pay whatever comes over that. None of that cost is in on this. I mean, why isn't some of that cost of Holy Hill, why isn't the extensions of the sewer, the water in Holy Hill part of this development instead of having, because my understanding was when TIF 8 went in, we didn't, the utility picked up part of that cost because it was set up to be more than what was available for TIF 8, so we had to pick up some of the costs. Why isn't TIF 7 or this extension picking up some of that cost in this development?
That would be something that I think the village board could add a portion of that expense to this tax increment district budget. If that was the will of the board to do that. It's currently, as we've been planning and going through design, we've been looking at splitting that cost between today, well, actually, for the water and sewer along Holy Hill Road, we were looking at that as being paid for entirely out of TID 8. The well and the tower were shared with the water utility.
I thought even some of the main was, because the main size is greater than needed to go up there. But that's my memory, but I thought there was more than what was required, and I thought the utility picked up some of the cost of that.
Well, and that's a decision that has to be made yet by the board. That's what's in the plan. That final determination will be made as we go through the final design and contracts for the Holy Hill construction. But I don't believe that was in the plan. I think that the construction of water and sewer from Gateway Crossing west to the interstate was planned to be paid for entirely out of TID 8, that the only expenses, I can go back and check that, but I believe the only expenses.
So that's not my memory. My memory is different. My memory is that we did not, I know the tower and the well was on a 50% basis, but I think even the main itself and the sewer itself, because of the size of the sewer, was greater than what would be needed just to serve TIF 8, that cost was also put onto the utility.
If that was, that could possibly be true for the water and sewer going from Holy Hill North on Gateway Crossing to the well and tower, because those would have had to have been sized larger.
Well, no, even going up Goldendale had to be sized larger because it's the interceptor that takes it all.
Those were paid for entirely out of TID 8. None of the Goldendale sewer and water was paid for out of the water utility.
I know the future well and tower was allocated not only partly to the water and sewer utility, but also to TIDs 6, 7, and 8 also. There was an allocation for each one of those districts as well.
And that is
So 7 is already allocated to pay for some of that.
And that is something that the village board would like to add some part of the cost of the Holy Hill Road sewer and water going from Gateway Crossing west to the interstate. TID 7 could pay for a portion of that.
Well, even the Holy Hill Road itself, the construction that's occurring there, because it's basically being designed and built for what is here and to handle what is there, and I don't see any of that in these numbers.
Well, that way Art's going here, he's spending everybody's money.
Well, he's saving money. Take away our $200
Yeah. there you
I'm
go.
doing my best to save money.
All right,
I just want to add one thing.
trustee Wing.
Just have a question for you because in past TIFs I've discussed trying to use that TIF money for something for the community. I mentioned one time I saw in Oshkosh, they built a baseball field and the community used it, but it ended up being a corporation that actually built the field. And I was told by the attorneys that you can't use TIF money to do different community services. We've had a plan commissioner who wrote us a letter asking if we could do something with a recreation trail through that Holy Hill corridor area. Is it unlawful for us to use TIF money for recreation type of infrastructure?
Not at all. The law is very specific in what you can't spend money on: municipal buildings, police and fire buildings, those kind of things. Multimodal trails, hiking trail, those kind of things that serve an area for businesses, people that want to get out, walk at lunch, and it makes it more marketable. That is certainly something that can be paid for out of TIF.
So
We've done those.
small little park, a baseball field.
Parks is a little bit
Well,
more
like a little-
challenging.
So if a trail.
Green space with trails, that
Trails
certainly
is
can
fine.
I think
be. Yeah.
the plan commissioner was expressing a trail that would start that
Right.
connectivity
Yeah.
from the brownfield study that was done by the EPA as part of the connecting of pathways from that area through to the village to other connections that are outside of the village.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm bringing it up at this time because in the past I've been pretty
Tra-
much
trails-
shot down when I mentioned anything with using TIF money for recreation and
I think you should-
continually told over and over again, and you know it, Dean, that you cannot do even though it's being done in other communities.
Well, here's
So
the chance.
I'm establishing it here. I would like to see the TIF money used for some sort of recreational use in this area. Since these residents are continually being pounded with more and more industry, it'd be nice to have something that would benefit them and increase their quality of life.
So you're going to make an amendment to that effect?
Well, I think it takes some more time to look at what we could and can't do.
Well, we already know what the connectivity path is that was kind of somewhat planned through that area. And I think that one of those graphs or one of those,
We actually did do some research and have some background
Oh, okay.
information, because that did come up in Plan Commission last week. So the Community Development Director could go through that if you'd like.
Yeah, as some of you may be aware, later this week, the Park and Rec Commission is going to be considering the draft 2020 outdoor recreation plan. And one of the priority recommendations in there concerns community trails, particularly along 4 of the river corridors in the village, including the purple one, which is the Goldendale Creek corridor. And in fact, in that plan, they are talking about different types of trails, including a river trail that would be essentially a 12-foot paved path along and through environmental corridors, including along the Menominee River, the Goldendale Creek, and again, those 4 corridors that I've shown here. And this is taken from that draft outdoor recreation plan. In that plan, they're even more specific. They talk about one of the priorities being the Goldendale Creek Loop, which is essentially the Goldendale Creek area right along the railroad, the Holy Hill Road, Fond du Lac Avenue, and down. In fact, if I would to zoom in on that as it relates to the TID 7 district, this is what that about a 2-mile segment would look like within or abutting the TID 7 amended boundary. The red line representing that almost 2-mile section of trail that's being proposed essentially in that outdoor recreation plan, and something we've been discussing more recently at the Plan Commission level as part of the 2050 plan. So yes, that would be consistent with all of the talk that we're having right now, from Park and Rec to planning and zoning, and now as part of a TID 7 amendment.
as you know, we've always talked about it, and it always takes a plan to initiate it and actually do something about it. And that's where we always kind of stop. We know what we'd like to do for connectivity. We know what we'd like to do for paths, but we don't always have the monies or the availability through our general fund or any type of park and recreation to pay for that. This provides that opportunity to start that process.
We did get some preliminary cost figures for land acquisition and construction. Steve, I think you have some of the details on that.
We, Grafe, who's been working with Park and Rec on this plan, did some quick analysis for us and said for that 2-mile stretch, based on average costs, it would probably be about $700,000 to construct that. And I guess looking into the plan, and we are working on the design for Holy Hill right now, that when that design moves further along, that could be we could make progress towards putting that second leg in place as well. But yes. Yep.
Right, but then you could use some of your TIF 7 money that you're willing to spend here, Art, in regards to making sure that happens as part of covering that cost.
All that cost is going into the Holy Hill reconstruction. So that's why I'm thinking that some of that reconstruction fund needs to be in.
And sure, and what better way than to create the second leg of that loop?
Well, not even that loop, but I'm talking about what's up in Holy Hill, Hope Road itself. Pathway, the original pathway that he sold, told it going down Holy Hill to 145 and down.
Yeah.
That 1 mile stretch from Holy Hill to Goldendale is gonna have pathway down once Holy Hill Road gets rebuilt. None of that cost has been included in any TIF district that I'm aware of. Not TIF 8, not TIF 7.
Not from Goldendale East. That would be
Even going west, I mean west, going to the Florida Highway.
on Holy Hill.
Holy Hill, that's all being designed now.
Yeah, yeah. That was in the TID 8 project plan.
Like that. I
The
don't remember that. I know the road there.
You're doing it all at the same time.
right.
They're doing it at the same time, but they all have costs. Cost was not put in to any of the TIF plans.
Don't you think it's just going to be an expansion of the asphalt with the little bike thing on it that has a line all the way along?
My understanding is that the pathway is not going to be along the road.
Well, at this point, I don't think we can answer that because it's currently under design. But that's one of the design questions is where should the bike path fit in? When we prepared the budget for that, we included enough right of way in the project so that there would be room for a path outside of the roadway. But when we developed the budget for TID 8, we included a 3-lane road with bike paths within the wasn't curved, but within the roadway itself, so that would leave enough room in the roadway to expand to 4 lanes and then with a bike path or a trail on the outside. But that's currently under design, and we also have the state funding for that project. So at this point, I'm not sure where exactly that bike path would be, but there would be a bike path on Holy Hill from the highway to Goldendale.
Yeah, like I say, the design, but I don't see any dollars sitting in any of these plans that we have done so far. They have TIF pick up any of that dollar amount.
TID 8, I can tell you in the TID 8 project plan, we always account for the allowance for those type of amenities on road projects. If you look at the detail of not so much the line item cost, because those are estimates. We have an allowance in the language for those type of amenities within the project plan. So yeah, I think we have the flexibility in TID 8 to include that type of amenity. It just depends on where the cost comes in.
Trustee Pieper.
Thank you. So I can't be the only one here thinking that we are even considering to approve expanding this TIF just because there's a walking trail. I'll be the first to admit, that's the only thing that sparked my ears up. A walking trail. Ooh, something that the residents would actually like. Tell me more about it. So we're going to put in 2 miles of a walking trail or a path to ride our bikes through to stare at cement buildings and industrial parks. It's pretty much a glorified sidewalk to me, in my opinion. I have the floor, Dean.
You do.
Please let me speak.
You do.
So I want to know what else we can spend this TIF money on that will actually make the residents happy. I have yet to meet one resident in Germantown to date. That is not an over exaggeration, because I have yet to meet one resident to date that wants to see more industrial in our village. I still have.
You do, yes.
So I want to know if those residents that, if they're even out there, who would support this TIF, if they would even be remotely happy, because we're going to put a glorified sidewalk there so you can stare at buildings and whatnot and cement and be right by the road. I thought it was going to be more rural. I cannot believe that we're even discussing this, because this is not what anybody in Germantown wants that I have met so far. I'm done.
Part of the path would be on the backside of the construction, along the backside of the railroad tracks, where there are more, call it flora and fauna. So it would be a path that would have that aspect to it. The hard path that we're talking about would be incorporated into the reconstruction of Holy Hill Road itself. And what that provides is a way to ride it behind and create the loop that brings it back going towards 145. So we have that opportunity with the TIFs that are out there to do 2 inroads into this connectivity path. One on the back side of it, and then one that's going down along Holy Hill Road itself towards the 145. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about hard packed sidewalk. The other one would be more soft surface, probably gravel, or depending on how wet it gets back there could even be, as a possibility, and I'm not looking to be in favor of it, but there could be boardwalk. Who knows? Because you don't know how wet it gets until you get there. But it's possible. But what we have, as a resident of this area has proposed, who sits on Plan Commission, he thought it was a great opportunity to start this path now. Because like I said earlier, we can always talk about it, but we always have that trouble getting it going and starting it. This starts to put it in play. And so it becomes more of a reality as you start to build it out, where before, we could talk about it, maybe we talk about a police station for 14 years. I don't see one anywhere, but we keep talking about it. So in this instance, we're actually doing it and using some of the funds that are available through this TIF that will close early to help build it.
You're still giving me an industrial park in exchange for a path.
In an already area that's designated industrial. Trustee
more.
Kaminsky.
Obviously, I will support this. I think it makes logical sense. This is the industrial park. It's right off the interstate. Nothing else is going to happen there. I do agree that parcel 9 is a little bit suspect, but as long as it's not going to develop in the near future, I'm comfortable with what we can do with that in our 50-year plan. Absolutely, I'll support it, whether we have a bike path or not. To me, that's kind of just a little extra frosting or sprinkles on the cupcake for me. This is something that you're not going to find people rushing in and saying, we want this, because they assume we're going to be fiscally responsible and do these types of things and develop where it's logical to develop, which is right here. So I will absolutely support this expansion. I think it's the right thing to do.
Trustee Hudson.
Thank you. So I love the idea of paths throughout our community. The problem that I have with this is this path is $700,000 and is not included in the budget for the TIF. So if we include that in the budget for the TIF, then we're not accomplishing what we're setting out to do, which is to close it early. Correct? So the budgeting that we've got for this is 2.5 million without the path, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you want the path and you want it now, you're up to 3.2 million. And now you're not going to close it early, are you?
We're going to close it out about a year later.
Okay.
You figure about a
It'll
year
add
for
a
every
year.
million.
And I also thought that this was to help JW Speaker because couldn't we have accomplished the same thing by including the land in TID 8 and closing out that even earlier? And then we would have avoided the Section 9 problem altogether, would we not have?
That's a question for Phil. I don't have that answer. Yes, Mr. Cossin or village administrator.
I can take a stab at that. We did actually, I believe, talk about all three of those options several months ago when we started this process about establishing a new TID, amending TID 8 or amending TID 7. And I think we did present the impact, like when each one of those options would close. And at that point, the direction from the village board, and there was a lot of discussion, it was not a unanimous vote, but there was a vote that that the majority of the board wanted us to move forward with an amendment of TID 7.
Because, excuse, I apologize, because we thought it would help JW Speaker.
It is.
Is why we never seriously considered attaching it to TID 8.
What?
If my memory is correct.
What it does is without a direct handout to JW Speaker, which already received some of that when we developed TIF 7 with $1 million coming out of the county, it supports that TIF for alternatives in case of catastrophe. Not that we want it, nor do we foresee it, but it's possible. So what you do is you support it with a belt and suspenders type of approach to keep it apparent and also to keep it fluid. And then at the same time, it allows the opportunity to close it early. TIF 8 will close early no matter what. That one is already on track to do so. To throw more money onto that already, in some cases, could make sense because it would close maybe a couple years earlier. But in this instance, what was brought forward was what was happening with TIF 7 and ways that we could help offset that possibility of getting a distressed TIF because of what we knew was happening currently with Speaker, but not long-term as we hope. What this does is it supports that and doesn't allow it to fall into a disarray type of a TIF or one that requires other funding sources. This presents that funding source early, and it also helps it close early. That's how I see it supporting JW Speaker. I'm not looking to give them another handout because then we would open up the opportunity to renegotiate what we've already negotiated with them, and I will not do that because they agreed to that to begin with. We're not looking for an off-the-hook scenario for them. We're looking to support it so that it does come successful long-term. At least that's what I'm looking for. Trustee Miller.
Yeah, I thought at first it was going to help JW Speaker with the shortfalls. Obviously, that's not the case. However, it does help along TID 7. It helps shore it up. It helps close it faster. It is an industrial area. It's been deemed industrial the entire way along. We can close this early and help the taxpayers of Germantown realize this TID closure quickly and get this tax on the rolls much faster. So, for all those reasons, I support this.
Trustee Wing.
Well, first of all, I've heard it said that TIFs are fiscally responsible. Not. I've provided books for you guys to read, but years ago you refused to read them. I provide newspaper articles. No one wants to read them.
That's not true.
They are not fiscally responsible. This year alone, we raised taxes, 2 or 3% based on the growth in TIF. Your taxes went up, the village portion, 2 to 3% of it was the growth in TIF. We automatically raised taxes. When you see a building go up in TIF the last 2 years, your taxes are going up. That's just a fact. But there's so many other reasons that we lose money as a village because the roads got to get plowed. There's traffic accidents affiliated with the businesses there. Police and fire respond. We have a lot of costs within the village that these TIF districts are not paying. They are not paying into the village's general fund for all these services we're providing. Who's carrying them? The taxpayers are carrying them for a windfall that we're told we're going to see in the future. But no one adds up how many dollars we spent and how far we're behind. No one ever shows you those statistics. There are universities that have done those statistics though. Now, secondly, Phil, you're spot on with most of what you said, but when it comes to the trail, if it's just a year later that the TIF closes for 700,000, if we want to do a trail, you're going to want to do it with TIF dollars, because the TIF dollars are, you're taking the Washington County taxes, the school tax, and the village tax, and you're giving it to us in order to spend. If you decide, no, I don't want to use TIF dollars, and then the next year you want to build a trail, you're going to be taking $700,000 out of our general account. So you'd want to do it now with the TIF. As for, is this an area where we want trails? To Jolene's response, do I want a trail through an industrial park? I don't think it will all be through the industrial park, because there's much green space in this area. But you have to start somewhere. If somebody has, we've already looked at the plan, as Retzloff pointed out, with these paths. You're going to have areas of the path that have to go through industrial areas, or areas that might not qualify as beautiful. But they get you to those other more rural areas. So you have to start the path somewhere. And I think it would be a good idea, if we're going to go through with this TIF, to have something tangible that the residents can see that's positive, increase their quality of life in this area, because they're feeling squeezed and they're not seeing anything coming along that's helping increase their property value. An amenity like that will help. So I would like to see us use that. I think we're flexible in the future. We could always, when this path comes forward, we could take from the fund, right?
Yep.
It's nothing we have to decide to do tonight. And I think, I'm not going to be here, but I think the rest of the board can appreciate that recreational amenity like this is going to be beneficial to the residents. And it's something that we should pursue with this TIF 7.
Further discussion. Trustee Bohm.
So do we need to make an amendment to the motion to get the money for a path system? If so, what does that motion sound like?
Well, as part of a plan approval, if you're going to approve the project plan, I would like to have a motion to include, and we will include additional language regarding the trail with an estimate. I mean, all these project costs are estimates anyway, and we have an estimate, it sounds like, that we could start with, that was provided, that we would put into the project plan, build into the cash flow as well, so it's shown as an eligible expense. So that's a change we can make before the final joint review board action.
Right, and it would be shown at the time of the joint review board as well.
We need a motion for that.
Yeah.
So I will,
already out there.
You would amend it, yeah.
making an amendment.
Right.
Make an amendment to include $700,000 in the proposal to provide for 2.5 miles of pathway as identified on the drawing on the screen.
I don't know if it,
Yeah, don't.
I wouldn't put that in the.
I would say that,
Yeah, we could just identify a dollar amount and a trail.
What you would say would be a motion to amend
project plan to reflect or to include in section, what section is that, Phil? That's
It'll be in the project cost section.
yeah, in section 8, to include within section 8 a project cost of a recreational trail through the Goldendale Creek area, and to reflect the potential costs associated with that within the cash flow analysis.
I think that's pretty much what I said.
It was spot on.
I'll second that.
That's my motion.
Motion made and seconded to amend. Discussion on the motion to amend. I think everybody's pretty clear on it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? One opposed. The motion as amended. Further discussion. Trustee Zabel, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how to word it so that we can find out just where the finances are on the roads and the sewer and water extension to see if TIF 7 has any doubt.
Bill said it was in there.
Well, I see in the summary and stuff, it talks about sanitary sewers, it talks about it, but I don't see any costs associated with it. And I don't see any, and I don't have on hand the costs associated with TIF 7 or TIF 8 when we did it. So I'm just want to figure out how I can direct staff to review those numbers and to see if indeed some additional numbers for sewer and water and Holy Hill Road need to be included in TIF 7?
Is that a motion to amend?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it less wordy. I'm sort of looking at staff to see if they have any
Looking
ideas.
through it frantically.
To direct staff to verify that.
TIF 8.
Yeah, not, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two issues though. There's the issue of, is it a project cost within the project plan? And the answer is, at least based on my rating of the project plan that's presented, yes. The cost.
Correct.
Have, just as to Trustee Wing's point a moment ago, that you don't want to be too specific. We don't specifically say the extension up Goldendale Road, or anything along those lines. So it's fairly generic. So if the question is just simply, is this an eligible project cost within the TID? The answer is yes. If all you're looking to do is to confirm with staff, hey, have we included anything to this point or not within TID 7 for any of the project costs as it relates to Holy Hill Road, that I don't know the answer to specifically. I don't know that anybody knows the answer to specifically, but that's something that I don't think needs to have anything done today. We can just make a report to you that says, hey, here's what the current project costs look like and what they include. And then as we go to let contracts for the Holy Hill improvements, we can allocate those expenses accordingly based on the project plans that we have.
But the only reason I questioned it, none of that cost is listed in the detailed list of estimated costs. Matter of fact, they put in here under north-south roadway, no HH improvements, which would mean no Holy Hill improvements. So I just want to make sure that.
But again, the costs that are listed within the plan are estimates, and they are just placeholders to give the reviewing body something to say, yep, this looks like this is going to work. Now, it may be that when we do the analysis, and let's just say, for example, and I don't know whether it's true or not, but let's just say right now that there are no Holy Hill costs allocated to TID number 7. And we decide that we want to do that at some point when we go to bid that project out and to do the work. And we say, okay, we'd like to allocate those costs to TID 7 in addition to TID 8 and TID, or whatever. You at that at it, those costs and look to see if that does in terms of it's going to bump out the payment, the repayment period or whatever the case is, and then make the decision at that point, yes, we're going to allocate it, or no, we're not, just like you do with any project.
But I'm not limiting myself with the statement that's here under cost, where it says north, south.
No, I have always taken the position that the financial numbers are just illustrations. The controlling part of the document in terms.
Yeah, and I see for the sewer and water, they talked about all the ascensions and everything there. I see all of it, I just don't see any numbers associated with. I don't want to be at some point in time told that I cannot do it. And I'm hearing you that it's up to this board in the future when they see the projects and see the numbers as to where they're going to allocate it.
If I can add, if it's
Village
also,
Administrator.
I'm sorry,
No, you're fine.
if it's helpful, I did pull up the TID 8 project plan, and under the notes for the TID 8 project plan, the only pieces that included financing from the water and sewer utilities were the water tower, the well, the pressure boosting pump station, and any necessary upgrades to the Main Street and Old Farm sewage pump stations.
To take it.
Yeah, so there was no, TID 8 project plan did not specify that water or sewer utility money should be used for sewer and water extensions on Holy Hill.
It pretty much listed them right there. What they were, utility was covering.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the audits and stuff, I should make sure that that anything that we paid for sewer and water is all covered within the TIF bill.
On Holy Hill Road.
No, it's getting to Holy Hill.
With the exception of the booster pump.
Right, it's just to the booster pump, but all the
Yeah.
main itself, the sewer main, the physical construction of it, what we paid for easements, what we paid for all this stuff, all of that cost should be in the TIF financials, and it should match up to what we paid.
It should, yes, and I'll review that as well to make sure that that is the case.
Okay.
Further discussion? Village Attorney.
Kind of close the loop on with what I was just talking about is just the recognition, of course. Of what it could be. My experience.
Generally is that and this body
Right.
relatively minor deviations, 10 to 15%, generally go through without too much of a problem. It's usually the larger changes that we end up coming back and formally doing a project plan amendment just because we want to be as above board as we potentially can be.
Does the Department of Revenue, when they review the numbers and stuff for TIF, how close do they look at those things?
They'll look at the final TIF audit to see how close you were to the estimates that were provided. And as your attorney just said, our guidance has usually been 20 to 25% above you can be. And at that point, there's a threshold, and then you have to go through an amendment to kind of correct, update, and provide more guidance for all the other taxing bodies. That's easy enough now to do an annual report to the other joint review boards. Yeah, yep.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Hudson?
Nay.
Trustee Kaminsky?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Pieper?
Nope.
Trustee Wing? Trustee Zabel?
Okay?
President Walter?
Aye. Motion passes 5-4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate you staying with us till 10.
What time it is?
10.
Next item under new business is new business item C, Fire Department purchase of new heart monitors not to exceed $200,000.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. John, you might as well come up.
He wants to go to bed.
So do we. I have a question.
You got
Didn't
3
we just
minutes.
buy these about 2 to 4 years ago?
Good question.
Thank you.
The last heart monitors we purchased were 6 years ago?
6.
6, yes.
4 comes to mind, but Okay.
At the end of this year, the manufacturer Philips Medical is no longer supporting them or making parts for these heart monitors anymore. So any type of service or repairs that we have to have done on them going forward in the future, they will not provide. We are currently demoing 2 different types of cardiac monitors. We haven't decided which ones we like better yet. However, as you can see by the quotes that was included, one of them is already over, and we're not asking to go over what we had originally budgeted for.
I would go with the one that supports you beyond 6 years.
It all depends on the FDA.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Further discussion? No further discussion? This was budgeted, right, John? Okay, thank you. Trustee Zabel.
This is part of the borrowing, right? Or was it, this is not come out of your budget, this is a borrowed amount that has to be, we have to borrow for?
That's correct.
So you know that it can't be purchased or anything until the money is borrowed.
If that's the direction, yes. However, there is also a price increase coming up on them on May.
I mean, actually, you do have, and I would have to double check, it's either 60 or 90 days before the authorizing the resolution, where you can, if you purchase it within that window, you still able to, are able to use the bond proceeds.
Don't you have to come up with a resolution stating that we're going to take and spend this money out of funds that's going to be replaced in the borrowing?
If it's outside of that window, which again, I have to double check if it's 60 or 90 days. But so if we weren't gonna borrow until September, then we would need a reimbursement resolution. But since we are planning
And borrowing by May.
borrowing in May, he could go ahead and purchase this, and we would be able to use bond proceeds.
Okay.
Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Myers,
Absent.
trustee Baum, trustee Hudson,
Aye.
trustee Kaminsky, trustee Miller, trustee Peeper. Aye. Trustee Wing.
Aye.
Trustee Zabel.
Aye.
President Walter.
Aye. Next item under new business is item D, Resolution 05-2021, 14th Amendment Agreement for the operation of the Mid-Moraine Municipal Court under Wisconsin Statute 66.0301.
Move approval.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Pretty straightforward, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next item under new business is item E, Resolution 06-2021, resolution allowing the claim for unlawful tax of Fall River Group in the amount of $363.33.
Move approval. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Who is the Fall River Group? Yes, absolutely.
This particular item comes to us, the company had somehow filled out double paperwork for their assessment. They sent one in for the state assessment as well as our assessor's assessment. So they were double taxed, the personal property.
Okay.
That's
for your other question. And this is also Riocast is the other name that we have for them.
Okay. No further discussion? We have to do roll call for this? Being that it's a refund and not a loss? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Peeper. Aye. Trustee Baum. Aye. Trustee Hudson.
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky. Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Myers.
Aye.
Trustee Wing. Trustee Zabel.
Aye.
President Walter.
Aye. Next item under new business is new business item F, Superintendent Salary Analysis and Recommendations. Where'd Steve go?
This I'm surprised that this is here. It says, Public Works, we put it off until September. There's some issues that we had with it, so we deferred the action on it until September.
I asked it to bring forward in discussion of one superintendent in particular. But Steve is to kind of give us some information outline. Where did he go? No, because it's not listed as such. I asked. No, because it's already been discussed at Public Works in open session.
I understand it's public record, but
If it wouldn't have been if it would have been discussed in closed session at Public Works, then it would have been approved, but because it already has been, it can't, is what I was told. New business item F.
Apologize, I had to step out for a moment, but this is an item that we prepared as a result of some of the changes in Public Works. We looked at, did an analysis of the 3 superintendent positions to look at their potential pay grades and the pay of the 3 individuals in those positions. The recommendation of staff was to increase the 3 positions to a pay range 19 and set the pay for each one of the 3 superintendents, including Scott Anderson as in a permanent position as the superintendent of highways, buildings, and grounds at a pay rate of $79,500 per year. I should point out, we did take this to Public Works. There was extensive discussion, a lot of questions. The Public Works Committee did approve a motion to, if I want to make sure I get this correct, but to bring this back to the committee after 6 months. And that was the direction from the Public Works Committee. I think another piece of information that is important in this conversation, Mr. Anderson has been in the superintendent's as an interim or acting superintendent for approximately 6 months. Currently at a pay rate of $73,000 per year. After talking with Mr. Anderson and looking at the impact, the number of additional hours that he's working, et cetera, I don't believe that he's interested in the position. He would prefer to maintain his former position as foreman in the Public Works Department at his former rate of pay. So I think that's important additional information for the village board. And I think that covers the highlights. I hope I've covered the key points. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Anybody have any questions? The reason that I asked it to be brought on to this agenda was in concern of Scott Anderson. He has been with us for a long time. He does have special training in certain areas of Public Works. We have, unfortunately, or however you want to look at it, lost a fair amount of history when Jay moved on to other pastures. To lose another person of that background or has that history of equipment and projects and repairs and everything else within the Public Works Department, to me, I think would be detrimental, and at the same time, provide a disservice to the residents for the type of service they expect for the tax dollars spent. I don't want to see a lapse in service there, and I think that he brings a good attitude to the job, and he's been doing it for the last 6 months, did you say? And has a strong history within the village of always doing a good job, and has some special training that we're hoping has passed along in regards to signal boxes and wiring of certain areas within the village, which another piece of knowledge that I would hate to lose as well. So that's why I asked it to be put on here. We've already lost a significant amount of our history within that department, and I'm not willing to lose another one so that it starts to show gaps or a lack of being able to perform or present the service that the residents are used to or expect for Public Works. And that's why I asked it to be put on. Trustee Myers.
So this is, because you wanted to restructure that, what does that do with what you wanted to do?
It puts them at a salary of what?
Or is it, you were talking about 79 and he's at 73.
As
And he wants to stay at 73, I think,
No,
correct?
he wants to go back to his supervisor of, foreman of buildings and
So
grounds.
what I was asking, Steve, is what does this do with your revamping that department, per se, for the three individuals?
Well, and one of the reasons I brought this all in one package, it was, let me give you a couple of reasons. One is that with the changing in the reporting relationships with Public Works, with the three superintendents reporting directly to me, they've taken on some additional responsibility. They're working more independently than they were in the past. And secondly, I think that from a human resources perspective, bringing in a superintendent newly into that position at a higher rate than the other two superintendents would create some issues. And as a result, I felt it was appropriate to bring all three of these positions together.
But now this is going to be against what you wanted, or what you just said. Is that correct? Let him answer it, please.
No, I guess my recommendation, and, with all due respect to the Public Works Committee, and I understand the questions and concerns, but I would continue to support my recommendation that the three positions be upgraded to a pay range 19, and the three superintendents be set at a pay of $79,500.
Thank you.
He
doesn't want the interim.
He doesn't, he was looking for a salary of $79,500. If that recommendation was rejected by the Public Works Committee, which I don't think he's willing to do the job at his current interim salary of $73,000.
He will take the position if we promote him to permanent and give him the raise.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Trustee Kaminsky.
By way of background on this, it was a 3-1 vote at Public Works. I think the pushback on this was something you just alluded to, Steve. We don't know that this is permanent with Larry or not having a superintendent. And we pushed back on that quite hard. Three of us did, because we had that discussion at Village Board that we don't know it's permanent and that we want to have some parameters of success. Is this working? Do you have too many direct reports? How long can this go on? And I stalwartly remain in that position tonight, despite this conversation. I have no problem at all giving Scott an increase, independent of this entire big memo with like 5 things in it. This big memo with the 5 things in it, and all of them require a lot of thought, is what really actually irked a number of us at Public Works, and I'm not alone in saying that we want to definitely put this off until we see how things are going to work with the current superintendent, wherever we're calling him now in place, or however we're going to restructure that in the next 6 to 7 months. I mean, personally, wherever this vote goes tonight, I won't budge on that. Whether we give Scott a raise, of course he should have a raise. And we actually talked about independently looking at that in general government and finance. I was actually kind of surprised it wasn't on that agenda tonight.
Matter of fact, I was surprised too.
But anyway, so that's my point on that this was going to be handled independently. How much was Jay making when he left?
Approximately 76,000.
There you go. And how long was he in that position? And we know how good he worked in that position. I personally cannot see bringing somebody in over that salary that Jay earned for the many years of service he was here. We can if we want to, but I mean, seriously, just to all of a sudden switch positions to give everybody a higher salary because it's in the realm of where we should be. I don't buy it in this case. That's my opinion.
Or across the board, you're saying? Or bringing somebody in higher to be the supervisor? Just so I understand your position.
No, that Jay was in here at that price doing that same job
Okay. So
for many years.
so based off of that statement, you're not
Greater
against,
wisdom, greater experience.
you're not against bringing Scott to that level. You don't want to consider the entirety of what was brought forward in regards to that.
Absolutely won't discuss the entirety, and I'm not alone in that on the Public Works
Right, I'm
Committee.
just trying to understand your.
Scott's position, yes. In fact, like I just said, Art, I'd like you to weigh in. I thought it was going to be on the GGF agenda tonight.
That was my understanding from Dilton. If we follow our village codes, chapter 1 simply says that the village president presents them, we approve them. I thought we were going to be a general government tonight talking about pay scale and scale. That did not occur. So that's what talked about in Public Works. I mean, Scott did have the position. All it takes is for you to make the recommendation. He has the job. The pay grade was to go through general government tonight. It didn't get on the agenda.
That wasn't my understanding that it needed to go on general government and finance. It was at Public Works.
Weigh in for us.
Trustee Wing, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like this is the cart before the horse. There's a process, and it should go through the committee levels before we skip to this. And I'm not opposed to giving him a raise, but it does frustrate me. In the past, similar things have happened that were important to me when it just gets skipped through. It doesn't give any respect to the individual committee and the individual committee members. Also, when we're talking about raises and positions, and I look and I see the water, sewer, highway, and I see the number of years a supervisor has in that position as supervisor, 19 years in sewer. And you're getting paid the same as somebody that has a half of year experience as a supervisor. It's bothersome to me. I know he has 26 years in total, but this is the supervisory position, and with experience should come reward. Someone should also be rewarded for staying with the community that long. When I see charts like this, it almost, and I'm in a union, but it's almost like a union mentality that you're all equal. I don't care how many years you worked for us or how many years you've been in this position. That's always bothersome to me. Now you could come back and say, well, okay, Dan, well, we're not going to find somebody for this price to be in the supervisory role, is basically what you're saying. And I can't dispute that. I don't know, but that's where I come down to this should be sorted out on the committee level.
Make a recommendation to do so.
Yeah, I personally just don't like skipping through and going, it just seems disrespectful to me to the individual committee levels.
As a sidebar, I did talk to the chair of that committee to make sure that I wasn't stepping on or showing disrespect in regards to.
It's true. I just assumed it'd be on GGF tonight because we're going to give him a raise. And there it was not.
Okay. Trustee Hudson.
My problem is not with the money on this. My problem is the process and how it was done. There's multiple solutions to the issue that we're trying to overcome. And what we're proposing is a permanent solution to what could be a temporary problem. And I question if we have looked at any of those other solutions. A temporary pay raise that would expire in September when we review the structure is one solution that comes to mind immediately. Scott's salary shouldn't be in there at all. And the autos are also a separate issue. The combining of all of these issues into one is somewhat of an affront. and I have a difficult time supporting this because this is a permanent solution to something that may or may not be temporary.
Trustee Zabel.
The only thing, if Scott's not willing to do the job, then I would assume that we don't have to go out and advertise and see what happens. Because we need to fill the position. Even if Scott were to take it, you would not have to fill a position underneath either the foreman or the superintendent of parts, which are both on our books. Anyway, so if Scott has chosen not to take the job and not too willing to move up to the superintendent's job, then you don't have to go out and advertise for it and fill it. That way we'll know what's out there.
So where do we go from here? Then I would put it to GGF. Right.
If he wants the position.
Then that's what I would propose. But I would look for a motion to move it that way.
And well, again, it comes to the fact is Scott willing to take the job? If he's not willing to take it, then you need to advertise.
Man's in the room, ask him the question.
Anyone the press?
You don't really need to answer that question, Scott. Just
This is fair, Scott. This is not fair to you. No,
Do you guys mind if can I?
yeah, it's not fair to ask him.
I have a lot of respect for what's going on in the room here. Excuse me if I'm just a little bit on edge talking about this. Maybe you guys don't know me quite as well as you could have over the years. I've served the village for 20 years. I'm proud of a lot of the things that I've done here. Dean, you referenced the signal work and the lighting work. When I first started in Germantown, we didn't even know what belonged to the village and what didn't. And so I was part of all that. You all know I have a hard time hearing too, so in the back it's difficult. But I hear things about the longevity and the position. And Jay was the face of our organization for the last 20 some odd years that he was here. But behind the scenes, even though my title was foreman, I was involved intricately in everything that was going on here. And I helped put those things together with Jay and, helped him put the package together as he was getting ready to present to the committee. And once those things took place and they were approved by the committee and by the board, oftentimes I would pick them back up again and see them through implementation. So when Jay left, that was a big opening for us. And I'd like to think that even though it's only been 6 months, there hasn't been much of a lack in service to the community. The projects that we're bringing forward, the roofs, fire suppression, different things that are still going on, they're moving seamlessly. Again, that's my opinion. So I understand that I only have 6 months in the position, but I'm hoping that when everybody's discussing me, they're understanding that you're getting 20 years of experience here in this community. And again, I've loved my job here and I love serving. Since Jay's been gone, there's been a lot of extra work. There are no longer 2 people that are tackling highways, parks, buildings, and grounds. It's 3 budgets. And again, for me, and this is, again, if this sounds selfish, I apologize, but this is the time to think about Scott Anderson. My current salary as a foreman was figured with this year's raise, which was $72,200 or $300. And so to take on all that extra work and to do it by myself, I didn't think that I was being unreasonable asking for $79,500. And frankly, I don't want to do it for less. It's a lot of work, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And so I want to continue to serve this community and to do the best job I can, but to be fair to myself and to my family and the hours that I spend and have spent since Jay's been gone, and the training that goes into these people. President Walter, you referenced training people on signals and lighting. We just had a situation a few weeks ago where there were 5 of us standing around a cabinet talking and learning. And so in order to take everything on and continue to do those things, that's why I was asking for what I was asking for. And yes, I will take the job. And yes, I will do the best that I can to do what I can to continue to serve the community. But for myself personally, no, I won't take it at a very low rate. It's not worth the extra headache to me. And so I hope everybody understands that. Hopefully my little history lesson didn't offend anybody, and it just helps make that decision. So I don't know if there was a specific question that I was supposed to answer.
I think no, you answered the question.
But you got Ross Scott Anderson there. Sorry.
You answered the question, and hearing what you heard, I'll put the motion on the floor that we move this to general government and finance, and we come up with a pay raise and stuff. Now, again, the physical job of being superintendent is up to the village president to appoint him and for the board to approve him. All we do is establish the salary in general government.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Kaminsky.
I think including Scott's salary, we have to look at that whole range and give the GGF opinion back to the Public Works Committee as well. So we have both committees working on that because it's about salaries. But I wanted to mention something specifically to you, Scott. It's not that we don't appreciate you at all. We do, and we know you work hard. I personally do, because I personally see you out there. And you've been very helpful anytime I've asked you a question. And that's why I feel this is very uncomfortable for all of us not to be in closed session for this as well. Because I personally do appreciate you. But we have to figure out wisdom versus the other people who are supervisors versus what was Jay being paid when he left. And we have to sort all that out and come up with an answer for you to hopefully keep you in that position.
Right, knowing that that's what we want to do and try to work towards that because of what we know you bring to the table and the appreciation of what you've done in the past. And that's what I don't want you to walk away thinking that because it wasn't at what it was presented earlier, that it wasn't as a result of that. It is. And that's why I said it in the way I said it, so that you recognize it, I recognize it, and appreciate it. Trustee Zabel.
To keep this thing moving, I do not have a problem holding a general government finance meeting at 6:45 on Monday before the next board meeting, just to take up this issue.
That would work for me.
Okay.
Who else do we still have on the?
We need Dan and.
And Rick.
No.
No, not Rick.
Dennis
Okay.
Myers.
Dennis the Menace. So
Still
there'd
on
be.
the board.
At 6:45.
For how many hours at that point?
Well, the thing is, they're going to be there for public safety anyway. So they're going to be there for public safety. Once public safety ends, we go to public works and we'll go to
It
village
might
board.
be more than a 15-minute meeting.
Well,
Or-
public safety is always done in a half hour. Rick
They
is
said I would
way
plan
too
more than
efficient.
6:30 or 6 o'clock.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Last item on the agenda is potential water service agreement with large water user. The village board may enter into closed session per Wisconsin statute 19.85, subsection 1, subparagraph E, for the purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, and then may convene into open session to take such action as it deems appropriate.
Make a motion to go into closed session with the members of the dais.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Roll call vote, please.